Okay, hello. This is day 2 of Blueprints, but really, apparently, it's day 8. I've been thinking about this game a little bit, shockingly. Didn't come to any major revelations because I don't think I know enough to, like, solve any big grand mysteries. But I did sort of better internalize some facts that I already knew. Like, for example, how red rooms have a negative effect. Like, that's obvious once you've played this game, but I don't think I'd really internalize, like, oh yeah, so I should avoid red rooms when possible. It just hadn't really quite clicked in the same way. So I guess we just get into it. I would love to find the magnifying glass again, which probably I'll be able to. Let's go ahead and just start with the bedroom. Scan the room, see if I can find any keys or anything. I don't know if they just always spawn randomly, or maybe it's only when you have the metal detector. Also, I don't know what's up with this. So the chapel's bad. It would be kind of nice to have it early, though. Although I could do this and also continue up straight, so maybe we go ahead and do a nook. Just head over to the west side. Especially because I can go through the middle portion through that bedroom and not lose steps. West Wing Hall for sure. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara, I've already read this before, but I'm rereading it. The West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Floor plans associated with this wing. I think this West Wing Hall might be the only... Let's see. Here's the 2 outer rooms. Well, 2 I've discovered so far. I was going to say, I don't know what other ones are associated with the West Wing, besides this one. Also, I feel like I want my mic to be louder. Maybe it's fine. Okay, well, let's do this, see if I can't find a storeroom or something. Might as well get a... Oh, the coat check could get me the key card. Or I could get plus 10 steps. And I might not need the key card either as I get up further. Let's just do guest bedroom. They go plus 10 and a gem. Excellent. Here's the key. Got key about billiards and darts. There's kind of a few goals I have in my head right now. If I do this, this cuts off on the side, which wouldn't be the worst thing. I won't lose very many steps going back to the bedroom, and then I can continue up here, and it'd be nice to have the resources. The pantry could reconnect to the middle, but I don't really need it to reconnect to the middle. I think I'm going to go storeroom, actually, and kind of intentionally cut myself off. Oh, interesting. So good to know there can be patches of dirt in here. I've probably seen that boat painting before. Yeah, so here I am. I'm actually starting with resources and more steps than I started with. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's go sideways. The den, that lets me open up more paths and gets me a gem. Billiard room would probably get me some keys, though. Let's go den. And my general strategy right now, which I still don't know like what the best strategies are on average, but I kind of like expanding out in the beginning here to gather resources and just kind of give myself more opportunities to make paths going up. Now this is perfect. I can do a walk-in closet for 4 items. That's excellent with the gem requirement, and I have enough gems that I can save one later. Have I been in the walk-in closet before? What do we have here? Besides some money. Car... That's not the car keys. That's a deposit box key. I have never built a bank before. Oh, this is the picture. This is the picture that I think is associated with the code for the orchard, although the thing mentioned an enlarged version of it on the west wing. Even if I had the magnifying glass here, I don't see anything that could be construed as a code written on it. But I want to say that's the only the second time I've actually seen that photo there. What did I get out of this room? I think those are my 4 items. I got some coins and some keys and gems in the deposit box. So building a bank would be excellent. Yeah, let's head up. Hallway gets me access to a lot. Parlor would get me access to the magnifying glass, and then the entrance hall could let me work up. Corridor's always left unlocked. If I do this, then that potentially walls me off. But I don't really need all the extra connectivity here. Let's just do a parlor. Oh. Okay, so I thought the magnifying glass was always here and I had just not seen it, but it isn't. So yesterday when I saw the magnifying glass, I thought I had just been super blind, but okay, so I didn't know that. Also, I forgot to go outside and make something. So I'll probably go ahead and do that once I get back to the entrance hall. Okay, what about these? The gems are in the black box. May or may not be true. Nothing. Okay. The gems are in a box with a statement. So this one I just have to throw away. It will be useful in this statement, not the others. Okay, let me think. At least one lies, at least one tells the truth. The gems are in the black box. If that's true, then this would also be true. Because this is itself a box with a statement, which would have to make this one false. This one can't be false. That doesn't make any sense, which means this one cannot be true. If this one isn't true, that means that this is a lie. It's not in the black box, which means that this one has to be true. Wait a minute. Let me say that again. If this was true, the gems are in the black box, because I think it's in the black box, then this would have to be true, which would make this false, which it can't be. So this has to be false, which means this has to be true, so they're in here. What? What the fuck? The gems are in the black box. Oh, I just determined that... Oh, it's in the blue box. I'm an idiot. I was right that this is a lie, but then this would be true, which would make it here. Okay, that was stupid. That's the first one of those I've gotten wrong. That's embarrassing. I want to backtrack and go to the special room outside. I forgot to do that early, so I'm going to waste those steps. But I mean, I got the plus 10. God, that's really embarrassing that I got that wrong. I need to remember to do this early. I think it probably does make sense to come do this early, despite the steps it entails. You get some pretty powerful benefits from this. Trading post items for trade. Special floor plans now cost additional steps instead of money. I don't think I want that. Root cellar. Rooms in your house will be more likely to contain dig spots. Let's try the trading post. See if I can't get some items early. Dynamite? Okay, I don't even know what those 2 items are. Dynamite a little too dangerous to pick up. Oh, this is another puzzle. Okay. Are these... I'm just clicking these at random right now. I think it's that the gray buttons do nothing. Yeah, the gray buttons appear to do nothing. Why did that do something? So this seems to cycle them around itself. And this one seems to move it up one square. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Did I think I may have bricked myself here. Yeah, because there's nothing to cycle and I can't move any of these. Okay, so I'm not sure what my goal is. Because based on my understanding of these rules right now, I don't see any way to create more colors. I can just move colors around. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll come back to this another time. I'll remember that that puzzle exists. And now for the actual trading post. Vault key. Select an item to trade. So I already have a key. And there's a different key? 304 versus 370? I mean, I still haven't been to the bank once. I guess I'll do the trade. I mean, why not? I think I'm just going to hold on to the key, I guess. I mean, kind of makes sense. I don't see anything else to do in here right now. It says the dynamite's too dangerous to pick up, so I wonder if there's, like, gloves in there or something. Okay, anyway. So that burns some steps. I'm going to end up going back into the main area with only 43 steps. But I have some resources. I've already cleared some rooms. Not bad. I really need to remember to go in there early, though, so I don't have to burn the steps coming back out. Okay, 42. I wasn't sure if going through the front door ate a step. So I can go back to the parlor. I want to try just going straight up here. I need something that opens out the other side, like the spare room. So there we go. Okay, yep, just nothing in here. So now I'd ideally like something that opens up. This will get me access to some keys. The corridors go straight. The chapel's going to eat my money, and this will be a pretty central area that I keep coming back through, so I'm going to end up losing a lot of my money, which maybe is fine. As far as negative effects go, I don't know that I care about money all that much. See if there's anything on the pews. So far, unless I have the metal detector, I have never seen like a random spawn of a key. So maybe I don't need to bother searching for them. Okay, let's just go west. Passageway is going to eat 2 gems, which I could do. Alternately, I have enough progression that maybe just getting some items is the play. These are not the items I was looking for. But I guess the reroll's nice. Okay. And away we go. I want to redraw this. So the dark room I won't be able to see, and I really need that to be able to go up, nor do I have a breaker room. Lavatory gets me nowhere. I guess I'll just make a passageway. I mean, I have 2 gems. That's plenty. Let me try heading out this way first. Maybe I can find something that just gets me more resources. Security room. That's good. And that gets me access to the lower room. Items for sale. That's a bad idea. The billiard room would get me access to some keys. Let's just do security. Still don't know the password or anything, but I can do the following. Let's do keycard system. I'll change offline mode to unlocked because, I mean, why not? As for the security level, since I don't have a keycard right now, I'm going to go ahead and set it to low. View estate inventory. Yeah, and I haven't missed any items yet. Okay. Let's go south, see what I can find here. Laundering currency. I don't have enough for that. Okay, so this is the total waste. If there's something to do in the lavatory, I don't know what it is yet. Frickin' password. This is the one area, by the way, where I really want the magnifying glass to read this more closely. Unless written by... it's just hard to know what that means. Because that tells me that at least one red memo is true. Okay, anyway, carrying on. Boiler room. I've never built a boiler room before. Do that. And I have the gems for it. Oh shit, look at this. What does a boiler room get me? I see some... what is this, Riven? These puzzles? This kind of looks like a puzzle, but maybe it's just decorative. Holy cow. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, so I have power there that... so I guess it only makes sense to... if I cut this one off, then there's no power at all. Now I can see that power going to multiple places. That lights up this, which I don't know what that is. I have some different configurations that I could send around. I could power this, for example. That kind of looks like an elevator system or something. What's up here? So I want that to be open. I mean, as long as it's not eating steps while I'm in here, I guess I can just experiment, right? Not seeing how I could get power to there either. So let's just experiment a little bit. If I move this... cool. And that's because I got power up there, and I got power heading up that direction. Let's see what's across the bridge. Nothing, because I can't get the door open. I could, if I could get around to that side, which looks like I could empower that elevator, maybe. But that's gonna just... yeah, that's gonna ruin everything, because I'm not getting any power to start with. That's gonna get no power. Yep. Interesting. So that gets power there, and it gets power here? What does that do? Oh, shit. Oh, interesting. Okay. So can I cut off... oh. I thought maybe I could cut off power to it. Oh, I can if I time it correctly. Okay. Do I really need to time this, or is it just a matter of... let me take a look-see, because there are definitely gaps that are longer than some of the others. If it's consistent, I could try to time it. Let me try it on the next cycle. Okay. That was kind of luck, if I'm being honest. I was going to say, I feel like I need a second power source, because otherwise you know, I could never get power over to there, for example, because I always needed this one to be a particular way. So now I've got power going that way. I can send it there, or what happens if I send it up? Right now, nothing. So I definitely want this to be sent this way so that I can send this across. Cool, and that gets me access to the elevator. Maybe I can open the door and then come back down. Or just open up another power source. It's kind of a cool puzzle. I'm going to assume that that stays open, because I don't think I even have this power. So now if I were to open that up, that gets me access to another door going up. But also, I mean, I haven't checked out everything here yet. Yeah, so this is what I want to do. I want to get this thing powered, I think. Activate? That's going to do nothing right now, of course. And I can spin this one of 3 directions. Spin. Move it to one of 3 directions. Okay, so what have I done? I've brought the elevator up. I've opened up this door. I've opened up this, which I'm hoping will stay open. Head back down. Also, there was another switch up there, because can I do anything else with... There's the initial generator here, but that doesn't really get me much of anywhere. That does open up that, which is nice. What is the purpose of this one? This one can output power up there, or it sends it this way to the elevator. I don't need that anymore, so it makes sense to send this one up. Now I've got power heading up that way. It makes sense to do this, because I don't need that elevator anymore. Now that I've gotten that door open, I can... I don't know why I need that powered. I see. So that one's heading over there. Okay, I get it. So, just to recap for myself, I now have this generator, which is powering up there. And I can kind of see that based on where the smoke is going. I've got this one, which is opening up that gate and sending power up in that direction. Which means that when I head up here, I can now go across through the door I opened. And I've got this one powered, which right now is sending power across to the door. But if I turn it around this way, now I've got all 3 power sources coming up here and I can activate it. Which does... what? Turning on the fusion generator here. Okay. Oh, the music, damn. What about this? I see, so I can direct power in one of a few directions. Kind of didn't go all the way over. I said this yesterday, but it's so interesting that this appears to be... I mean, it is effectively a roguelike, but there are these what appear to be fixed puzzles, or at least, you know, fixed once you've built the room puzzles within it. It's like if I flip this back over... Okay, see, this is what I was wondering is, does this stay active when I remove the power? Now I can continue on forward here while also keeping power going. Yeah, use a key. Maybe that's necessary to, like, open up the antechamber or something. I don't have that. Go ahead and get a billiards room. 9. 2 times 5 is 10. I remember my multiplication tables. 20 minus 10 divided by 5 is 2. 16 minus 10 is 6. There's 33. Thank you for the keys. Kitchen, pantry, hallway. I think hallway makes sense. And now before I carry on, I want to go back and check out the other side of this boiler room. Use this as an opportunity to start building across. Observatory would be a dead end. Well, not a total dead end. But it would be kind of nice to have. This room counts for 2 bedrooms. I don't have the nursery. So building more bedrooms isn't going to be amazing, but it will get me some steps back. Could I just farm this for infinite steps? I'm going to do this mostly because I want to keep my gem. And I want to see what happens. Okay, so I misunderstood that. Well, I didn't misunderstand it, it's just a little misleading. I mean, I obviously understand why they don't just let me farm infinite steps. But normally the effect of a bedroom is that you get your steps back, but I guess that's only that more specific. The actual room labeled bedroom. So this would be relevant if I already had a nursery. So basically this was a giant waste, but hey, now I know. Hello, hamster. Gerbil. Okay, still have 32 steps. Let's carry on. I can send power up, or I can send it left or right. Anything in here of note? So the east wing are more likely to be locked, which is fine. I do have some keys. Whenever you draft... Damn it, I should have done this one first. That would have been so good. The pantry gets me forward and gets me some money. That might be okay. The corridors unlock the nursery whenever you draft a bedroom. Gain 5. I doubt I'm going to be drafting... I've already drafted a bunch of bedrooms, so let's just do a pantry. If I found a coat check, I could get my car keys back. Yes, okay, excellent. Well, I should remember that there's some fruit in here. I haven't really spent any time with this yet. Please pick up some more fruit before Fridays. We have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps. Wait a minute. I just realized something. We have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. If that guest is referring to me, I'm here as a result of Herbert S. Sinclair, whatever his name is, dying. Does that mean that he knew his death was coming? Maybe he's alive in room 46 or something? This mentions 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. Maybe that just means that my initial read was that those are just scattered everywhere, but that's like 15 fruit scattered around. It's kind of a lot. I don't know how likely I consider that to be. The commissary, I could get something for that. The breaker room, maybe this will do something now that I have the boiler room up. Each day, a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. So I think it makes sense to build this later, but this also gets me access to more entrances. The commissary would bring me over there, and then I'm kind of potentially stuck in terms of my entrances. I'm going to build the dining room, even knowing that I haven't been to rank 8 yet. I guess I can come back here after reaching rank 8. But for now, I'm just going to carry on forward. Hopefully not find too many locked doors. The breaker room would be nice. Let's do courtyard. See if I can't get to rank 8, come back and get a meal. Shit. I'll take a shovel. My first electronic thing. Man, these dig sites are not giving me much juice right now. Don't have a key card. I do have a security room, which means if I built a breaker room now, then I could successfully get through that. Old tin can, okay. Before I do that, no, it doesn't make sense to waste steps. I might as well. I have 2 keys, which is not as many as I'd like, but it's fine. Kitchen has food for sale. That's something. But that also brings me back down. Which is maybe fine. I could still potentially build my way around. Gets me some more steps. The floor plan gets me access to more stuff, but I'm not going to be able to see anything in there. Unless I can build a breaker room somewhere else. But I also don't have the magnifying glass. I'm just going to build a kitchen. Okay, shopping list. +5 for every red room in your house. Ooh. I have a boiler room. So that means once I reach rank 8, I'll end up getting 30 steps. Okay, that's fantastic. I have at least 1 red room, so let's just do that. +10. Excellent. Almost enough for a banana, too. So now hopefully I can get something that banks relatively left. I really want the key. I don't like wasting the steps coming back here. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it. Maybe I can get more keys out of it. So I could get my... this could be really good. Let's do breaker room. Yeah, breaker room for sure. And then I've still got some other entryways over there. And this breaker room should allow me to get past the keycard door too. Good, so that's off. Go ahead and turn on the power to the garage. Here's the cabinet. I don't think I've found a cabinet. I don't know what's up with that. I also don't know what these do. VAC indicators. I don't know what VAC means in this context, except for Valve anti-cheat. Toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Huh. Okay, well, still don't know what the VAC indicators are. Anyway. Now I can head through here. And that'll also get me access to my meal. The nursery, the boudoir. That one is maybe not bad here, the dark room this far up. Just to get access to either side. Especially because I can... Yeah, I'm going to have to burn some steps to do this. But I can walk into here. Oh, okay. I was kind of creeped out because of that noise, but I think that was the ringing dinner bell along with the audio going out. So there's my meal. I'm going to go back and get that meal in a minute. Because first I'd like to go to the breaker room, turn back on the power. See, I'm learning. There we go. Power back on. I'm getting better at this. More consistently getting to later stages. So now, I can go back into the dark room and can carry on. I'd rather go back to the dining room, get my meal, and explore in this direction. And this is going to get me like 30 steps. Yeah, because I have a boiler room. Yep, have dinner. Boiled chuck stew layered and then baked to perfection, topped with a mashed potato Parmesan cheese crust. Delicious. That's awesome. God, I have 57 steps this late in the game. Incredible. Okay. And if I could build a coach check, I could maybe even do the car thing this run. So hopefully this doesn't dead end me. I would really love to be able to spend some time over here. Never mind. Let's head to the dark room. So keys are a priority right now. I've looked at all of these before. I need the magnifying glass to read some of these, though. Because I've not yet been into this room with the magnifying glass. I'll take a key card, which I kind of useless to me right now. I've looked at all these before. I want to look at them again. Like, maybe I could take the magnifying glass and look in here to see, like, what the code is or something. Maybe I've been overthinking this painting thing. God, that's such a creepy photo when it's underdeveloped like that. Okay, well, let's just kind of arbitrarily go this way then. My goal here, at least my kind of most direct goal besides solving some of the puzzles that I'm aware of in the rooms, is to get into the antechamber, to which I'm pretty sure the answer is that I need levers. I don't know where those levers are, but they exist somewhere. Gymnasium would be bad. But also I don't have access to the antechamber now, so at least one of these sites is going to have to build into it, which the gymnasium would let me do, and I do have a lot of steps. But this could get me some stuff that gets me access to the east wing over there. This still only gets me access. I'm gonna risk the gymnasium, even knowing that it's eating my steps each time I go in. Son of a bitch. I should have seen that coming. Okay, well that was... Rip 2 steps. I've got plenty, it's fine. So I need this one to expand. I guess I can go back to the dining room, but I need a key for that, so... Are you kidding me? I'm dead. Wow, all that effort. 51 steps remaining and I'm dead. I have a key card and a shovel, and I mean, I can go back and try to get a key out of one of the dirt piles. Like maybe one... There's a dirt pile in one of these somewhere. But yeah, there's no other entrances, and both of these are locked. And so is that. All 3 of these are locked. Okay, so the answer is go back and try to remember where the dirt piles were. It's not going to be in the kitchen. Go back to the dining room. This is locked. Yep. The music has remained different, by the way, ever since I activated the boiler, so that indicates to me I'm going to use my advanced gamer brain to discern that this is rather important. You know something else I haven't done? I haven't tried... I have no way to know what this does. I'm going to just leave this for now. I was going to say I could flip the power back in that direction, but like I'm just not sure. I feel like I would have to build a boiler room in relation to maybe another room like the laboratory or something to give it power. It might just be that with my current arrangements, activating the boiler room doesn't really do anything for me. I'm just speculating. As always, these are rhetorical questions. I'm not looking for actual answers. While I'm here, I'll also check the items. I don't think I missed a key anywhere. I guess while I'm here, now that I have the key card, I'll go ahead and set the security level to high. Whoops, I wanted to check items. Still not seeing anything useful here. It's still interesting. I'm still seeing a number of rooms here I've never seen before. There's like a jewelry suite there. Jewelry suite? Is that even a thing? View estate inventory. Yep. Okay. Unsurprisingly, I have not missed anything. I don't think there's anything in the laboratory. I didn't actually step into there, so I guess I just continue back. I know there's at least one dirt pile somewhere else. Definitely not in there. Not in the spare room. If there is an effect of the boiler room, I haven't seen it yet, so... It may have been over here, maybe in the den? I mean, I have enough steps, and I have nothing else to do this run, so I might as well go through again, burn all my steps, and just... There's a dirt pile. Please have a key. Well... A coin that's going to get eaten by the chapel anyway. So I think I'm dead now. Den, walk-in closet, parlor. There's one more thing I'm going to try. Because, I mean, the alternative is just kill the day and reset. I am going to go back to my boiler room. This is a long shot, but I am curious. And in a game like this, curiosity is a good thing. I'm going to do this so that it points up. Or that probably doesn't mean up. Oh, it means straight. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, can I, like, point it in some direction and then go outside and see if, like, I can open up a gate somehow. I'm going to try sending this left towards security. I don't think that'll do anything, but, you know. Well, actually, no, it does. Look at that. So I think my initial theory may have been right. It might... Because I don't think I ever looked up these air ducts must have always been here. So if that's true, then maybe my theory was correct that there are certain rooms with, you know, these powered air duct things. And so that means that I have to connect a particular series of rooms. And so what that means is that that switch that directs the power in one of three directions, those directions are not inherently important. It just allows you to pipe it towards whatever direction you need. So like if I go into the lavatory here, for example, it's going to do nothing because this is not one of those special rooms, is my reasoning. That's good to know, though. That's really good to know. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at this. Okay, I liked this game already. This, to me, is a massive spike in curiosity. And I can see why it wanted me to have a pencil and paper. Maybe I should actually grab that. I'm doing it. One sec. For the first time this playthrough, I'm actually going to write some stuff down. God, I literally have to dust the dust off this notebook. Okay. Find a page that's empty. God, I've been using this notebook for a long time. Okay, here we go. So there's a lot that I could write down. So far, this has been the most interconnecting sort of puzzle. So I'd like to say, let's do our rooms, to which I have the passageway. And it would also be useful to know the directions that they go in. I guess maybe I can actually just assume that it always goes out every single entrance. Let's say passageway. Passageway. The boiler room, of course. That was pretty obvious, but I'll write it down anyway for completeness. The security. What else? Right, yeah, and this also goes out all three of its exits. Because I have the steps, I am going to carry forward here and check some other rooms. Looks like the bunk bed doesn't have it. I don't see it here. I don't see those pipes here in the kitchen. What about the dining room? No. Not surprising that it's not in the dining room. Nothing here. Nothing in the kitchen. Here we go. The dark room does. So right now, these just kind of strike me as like channeling rooms. Okay, and the gym doesn't have, so now I can backtrack. So what I'm thinking is that later there will be some actual, like something I'm trying to power. And then I have to construct a series of rooms that have this piping in there, such that I can actually get the whole thing powered up. So I have 9 steps left. Let's see what I can discover. Nothing in the closet. That kind of looked like power for a second, but that's just light from the ceiling. Nothing in storage. Nothing in the entryway. I have 6 steps left. I don't think the den or the walk-in closet is going to have power. That doesn't really make sense to me. Kind of some of the hallways seem to. I don't see it in there. I don't see it here. Okay, so I think that's all I'm going to get this run. Is there anything else worth writing down while I'm here? I don't think so, and I'm about to run out of steps anyway. Excuse me. Yeah, there we go. I'm exhausted for the day. Oh, no, because I went through a bedroom. Right. Let's go to look outside. I wonder if I ever get up on the roof. I see some power lines coming in. I'm going to very briefly just look outside. I wonder if it's that... Oh, right, okay. So going through there also eats a step. Fascinating. Okay, let me toss this notepad to the side. And I'll kind of just devote one of my brain... Prosaic Villa. I'll devote one of my brain cells to just thinking about noticing new rooms with those boiler air ducts. Well, the good news is that my strategy seems to be working reasonably well. I doubt it's, optimal. I might be missing things, but kind of gathering up resources early seems to work, even though I was going to say I got unlucky with keys. I really kind of didn't. I know that there are more locked doors on the east side, which is where I was, and I knew that I was low on keys. So this time, before I start, I'm going to head this way and just burn some steps. So this is actually a bigger investment than I thought. This is going to end up being like maybe 6 steps by the time I get back. What do we have? Shrine. Shelter would be really damn good this early, though. But also I need to find that one hallway again that tells me what the date is before I go back into the shelter. Let's just do the shrine. I want to see what that is. Whoa. Spooky. Oh my god, make an offering of money may result in the bestowal of a beneficial blessing that will last for several days. I don't have any money. So I'm learning that maybe it is not a good idea to come here early like I thought it was. Or, I guess it would be if it was like the Fallout shelter. On this run, I've just completely wasted that. Complete and utter waste of time. I'm going to end up entering the house with fucking 44 steps. Insane. No magnifying glass. Got some gems. All three statements are false. This is false, because I know at least one is true. So that's false, which means at least one of these two is true. Two statements are false. That may be true. The gems are in a box with a false statement. So let me think that through again. All three statements are false. That's a lie, which means that one of these two is true. If this is true, saying that two statements... Well, if this is false, saying that two statements are false, that means that only one statement is false, which is contradictory, right? Because I already know that one statement is false. Let me say that again. If this one is false, then two statements are false. Which would make it... Wait a minute. I'm going to say that again. If this is true, that means that this... I already know this one's a lie. That means that this one would be a lie, saying the gems are in a box with a false statement. Which would mean it would have to be one of these two, which is ambiguous. So if this is false... I know that all three are not false. That means that only one of them is false. Which it can't be. One sec, this one's confusing me. All three statements are false. That's wrong. If this is false, saying that two statements are false, that logically must mean that one statement is false. Which is contradictory because I just determined that two of them are false, which means this one's true. There are two false statements. This is one of the false statements, and this is the other one. The gems are in a box with a false statement. They're not. They're in a box with a true statement. Pretty clever to come up with this many variations of this. I don't know if the developer came up with these themselves, but like these are not trivial. They're not that hard, but they're not trivial. Storeroom would cut me off pretty early. Let's do a courtyard. Get that early access to some of the other sides. And a metal detector, excellent. I guess that's something else that I haven't really internalized into my routing yet, is that some of these rooms will have like dig sites and tools and stuff. Might be nice to put a chapel over here, because I won't have to revisit it a bunch of times. And that'll pull it out of the pool for later. And I don't have any money right now anyway, so I'm going to do that. Sweet. Something else I can write down here is the numbers. 1 through 7. Let me jot these down. 1... 2, 3, 4. I'm just writing these down in some quick Roman numerals. 5, 6, VII 7. So not in order. 2 is a chef. 3 is a farmer. 6 is a... It's like hunter or jockey? I'm gonna say jockey. I like the stained glass art, it's pretty. 4 is a chimney sweep. Chimney sweep. 1 is a gardener. Man, I can't wait to watch some other people play this. Very, very excited. 5 is a maid. M-A-I-D. And 7, way up there, is a, let's just say, knight. Yeah, that's the thing. It's definitely a... My other thought was like a hunter, like if you're on like a fox hunt, but that's definitely the riding crop. Still don't know where this is relevant, but it'll be relevant somewhere. And now, hopefully, I can burn... Excellent. But actually, do I want... Maybe I should go ahead and get the observatory first. I'm going to start to ramp that up. Getting some items early, getting some resources early. Get an observatory. The slice +3. It is beneficial to slowly build up observatories. So that's good. That's going to end up refunding pretty much the cost of coming over here. I'm going to probably want to work my way back around. If I have some money, I could put 2 in to get a blessing. So if I can... Shit. I was going to say I want to get a little bit of extra money and then go back to the blessing. Maybe I should have done that first. Because I could go up here and then try to backtrack, but I'm going to lose money coming back through the chapel. But I also don't want to have to walk all the way up here again. So I was thinking I could try to do some of these rooms, see if I can't find a... I have a plan. I have a plan. I want this to be... I'm going to risk this being a... Ah, shit. I really want money here. The Nook gets me a key. Everything is only for the run. All your resources reset after each run. With only very specific exceptions that are called out. Items would be nice, but that cuts me off. Let's do a Nook. There's more? 2 keys. All right. And this is good because if I can get some more money, I can work my way back around. Early security room, always nice. But that also kind of blocks off access to the west side. Billiard room gets me up. A den would be nice. This gets me access to more keys. But there's also more locked doors on the east side. Security room would let me... I don't know. I don't have any more gems. Billiard room is likely to get me more keys. It'd be nice to have a gem. I'm going to risk billiard room. Plus with my metal detector, maybe I'll luck out and find something else. I'm hoping to like work my way back down this way actually so that I can get back out and go do the blessing. Okay, 3... 2 1435 6. Yeah, you'll see it. 5 8 1 minus 7 is 1 18 6. I had to turn on my power up my brain a little there. Silver... I've still never used a silver key. I wonder if there's a locked door if I'll get like a... like an option to use it. I'm just going to keep going up for now, I guess. Nursery could be nice. I don't have a gem for it. Never mind. So here's where I could cut myself off. That's a pretty big cutoff. I have to make a lot of progress, but I have a lot of space up there to make progress. The hallway alternately gets me access to a lot more, but I'm pretty harshly cut off from the east side. See, my problem is I could do this and get 2 coins, but I'm going to lose one when I go back through the chapel anyway. And I'm a little worried about my steps, especially if I make it back out to the shrine. That's going to cost me like 6 steps to get over there. Man, I really wish I'm going to do the storeroom. I want resources. Yes. Excellent. Okay. That was worth it. That was worth it. So now, with that, I'm going to have to burn through some steps, so hopefully I can build some stuff to work with that. But now I have enough money to head back over this way. I'm going to build a room here while I'm here, see if I can find something that connects up. Yeah, that's perfect, actually. Yep, okay. Because I have to go back to the entrance anyway. Really wish I had the magnifying glass, though. So, with that, let's do keycard system. Offline mode is going to be unlocked. And let's set the security level down to low. I have a feeling this is going to be a key-heavy run. So now, I'm going to eat like the 6 steps required. Man, I'm going to have to build up some more bedrooms. Now, this blessing is going to be interesting because it mentions that it lasts for several days. So this would be one of those rare examples where I don't know what the blessing is going to be yet. I'll find out momentarily. But this is going to last a few days. All my money. You have received the blessing of the gardener. Add 8 courtyards to your draft pool. 8 courtyards? Damn. Okay. A lot of courtyards. But you also need a gem to build a courtyard, so I'm going to need a lot of gems for that. Here I am, beginning room with frickin' 27 steps. Alright. So I have some room to move forward there. I need some bedrooms and stuff, though. There's one of those nice courtyards. Sledgehammer. Yes, utility closet, good. And this is kind of useful. This will suck if I get a dark room really far up. But I can now get through key cards for free. Which is a shame because I also set them to be low. I guess maybe whenever I get a security room, I should just go ahead and set it to high. You know, on the guess that I'll probably find a breaker room too. Do corridor. There's also a chance that I find like a key or something in here because of my metal detector. That cuts me off. I can't build a courtyard. I can build a pantry. Let's do that. Get a little bit of cash going. And get some steps back. Tasty, tasty banana. I actually like bananas in real life too. The dark room is not going to be bad here. Yeah, that's actually excellent because I can now walk in, eat the steps to go back to the breaker room. I'm really, really burning through steps here, so I hope that I find a way to get some more. Still no idea what that is. I guess even if this run dies, I've got that blessing of the gardener, which that doesn't really strike me as much of a blessing if I'm being honest. I guess it's nice because those tend to have a lot of entrances to them. Okay, so what's down here? That's useless. I mean, that's just a dead room as I go in. You are more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. That seems bad, though. Fuck it. Well, I wasn't actually going to go in here, but... What? I got scammed! I went in here... What? I got... Okay, that's bullshit. I just burned 2 steps. The only reason I walked in there was because of my metal detector. But apparently it's pointing towards this room instead. But then why was it not on before when I was standing here? Where the hell is it? Oh. That's a scam. That actually is a scam. I just got scammed out of 2 steps. That should have been on already. That's very frustrating. That's like the first instance of the game bullshitting me. Maid's chamber, less likely to find items lying around the house. More courtyards, which I can't build, so let's build a chamber. Here we go. This is what I wanted to see. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived, blah, blah, blah. So this is when he died. In following the instructions left by the Baron, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. So I'm going to write down Mila as well. That seems... Oh, I just now realized, actually. Mila is the maid. I don't think I made the connection that Mila was specifically the maid. I mean, that might be the wrong connection to make. No, I want to change my note. I wrote down Mila next to the maid, but I'm not confident on that connection. I'm going to kind of draw a little arrow and put a question mark on it. Maybe Mila. Man, I would love to come back with a magnifying glass. So, what I'm thinking is there is... If you make that fallout shelter outside, there's a time-sensitive safe, which TLDR, you have to know what date and time it is now. The time is on the clocks. The date, I think you're meant to use the fact that it's like day 9, and this is, from what I've seen so far, this is like the only information I have. It's still not really ideal, though, because if I'm trying to figure out what day it is now, what do I have to go off of? Number 1, that this person died, and this mentions Friday, November 6th. That doesn't indicate when it is now, though. Actually, it kind of does, doesn't it? Right? If I am to assume that there are no more live-in staff in the manor right now, then maybe I can assume that it is Friday, November 6th when I start. Or maybe there's another piece of information somewhere that confirms that I'm not aware of or that I forgot about. And so then, you know, I can use the fact that it's day 9 and move forward from there and say, oh, it's like day 15, or it'd be day, I guess, 14, because you have to include the first day. So I'll just remember that, though. I don't need to remember it. I can write it down. November 6th. All live-in staff vacated. So logically, that does not necessarily mean that I got here on November 6th, right? They could have all vacated and then I could have gotten there later, but it would be a reasonable assumption to say they all had to be out by the 6th because that's when I was getting here. And as I said, it might be that there's verification of that somewhere else and I've forgotten or never learned it. So I've got a door here and a door here. And I'm going to see a lot of red rooms, which I have to build one. Archives sucks. Lose half your steps. I don't even have more steps. So honestly, fuck it. I'm so low on steps anyway. Hello, coin. I wonder if I could, like, offer... I can't even get to the... Whatever. Whatever, man. Special keys. Silver. I've never used this key. I want to see what it does. Okay, so it opens up a room with many doors. Cloister? I mean, I can't build it because I don't have the gems, but I've never seen a cloister here before. This is going to get me nothing. The den will get me nothing. The dining room gets me access to something up, at least. This gets me access to a gem, though. Honestly, screw it, and then I'll come back. I have so few steps anyway. I might as well just see if I can get lucky with some bedroom here or something. Nursery, lavatory, hallway. I mean, I'll build a nursery. And I don't actually think I want to go into the nursery. Okay, so that... I didn't realize that that got me +5 steps immediately. So I guess the nursery is itself a bedroom. So it counts. There might be something in there worth reading about. I'm going to skip it for now, especially because I've already gone through the book in there. Actually, I think that's a gem on the table, yeah. That was worth it. I've already read that book, and I didn't find anything of use. So, away we go. Okay, well, I'm a little more alive than I was before. I mean, not much more alive. I need this to lead to something, and I'm going to get a lot of red rooms. The coat check is pointless, given that it will kill the run. The drawing room would be nice, and would allow me to potentially re-roll and get some bedrooms going for more steps. Let's do that. And unfortunately, I'm out of gems again. Was there anything else to look at in here? What a lovely painting. I need steps. Give me bedrooms. Well, I mean, I'll build that. See if I can go somewhere else. Yeah, use a key. Give me bedrooms. Okay, so let's do a bedroom. That'll get me +5 just from building it. And I don't even have to go through yet. Given that there are more options this way, I'm going to go this way first. Also, I've only been in the archives like once maybe, so I kind of wanted to look around again anyway. Oh, you know what? This is another power room. I need to write this down. Seems like a lot of the red rooms are power rooms. Hope I didn't miss another one this run. I'm not going to probably worry too much about the boiler room stuff because I need to understand what I'm actually trying to power anyway. This could be useful with the magnifying glass, maybe. Here's some dates. Oh, I don't think I read all of these before. Oh, I think I only read these two. Okay. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard questioned. Caleb Manning, and I read these two earlier, by the way. Well, these three. And publisher Philip White were 2 of the 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Though no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it wouldn't be for the attack, it is widely believed that authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. That RLCF seems important. I don't know, it's kind of in bold there. I'm gonna write down RLCF. Also, like, in a game like this, it'd be weird if there was just random lore details, or at least I think it's pretty easy to assume that a number of these are Chekhov guns. RLCF. RLCF. That may or may not be relevant. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Okay. And I'm looking at the dates here, too. We're moving through the mid-'80s. Reddington. Second time I've seen Reddington. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, who Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Okay. Doesn't this look like it's like blotted out there or something? Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the, so this is obviously cut down, waved down a local. This is the third major last year as anticipated. Okay. No trace is discovered of Cinca Heiress. Cinca is like a brand name that I've seen in a few places in this game. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. There's some specifics in there. The 100 Bells Tea Room, 3:45 p.m. Okay. Again, in the Reddington Herald, priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles, at least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. I see an observatory over there. That kind of looks like my place. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, are these the jewels I've been collecting? Among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Aries, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. I think the gems I'm finding in the house might be these gems, which maybe means that the crown is somewhere here too. Which, you know, this game is called Blueprints. Well, let's head this way. That's going the wrong way. I really can't. I'm going to have to do the archived one. Now, what the hell? Let's head over to the west side. Green rooms do not cost money to draft. That does cut me off, but I have access to more anyway. So I'm going to try this, and I've never seen a terrace before. This is pretty. Hello, Gem. Look at this. So definitely I'm going to be able to get up here, by the way. God, I'm so low on steps. Okay, so we go north and hope that I get something good. Definitely the courtyard. There's a key card, which I can get through that. I don't see anything else here. aquarium is every color of room. I've never built one of these before, but I think it makes more sense to do an aquarium here. That's cool. Okay, room of every color means I get it to be a bedroom. Excellent. This is a different aquarium than the last one I saw, though. What is this? And I can lockpick that? Okay. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. I gotta build that. That's gonna get me like 2 step or 10 steps. Yep. And I'm gonna not walk into there. It might be that there's like a key that spawns or something, but right now that's not worth it. I'm trying to just keep this run alive. I think their garage goes here, which I guess I can't build. The boudoir lets me go left. The commissary, I could actually buy something in the commissary. I mean, I guess both of them send me left. Let's go ahead and do that, especially because I no longer need gems for the green rooms because of the terrace. There must be something I can do with this. This is just really conspicuous. I've still never built the laboratory. What can I buy for my not very much money? Magnifying glass I can get. Shovel would be excellent if I could get one more. I want the magnifying glass though. There we go. Okay, now I might actually be able to read this. Swan Song. It's Swan Song. Good purchase, good purchase. Yeah, that's definitely Swan Song. Okay. That strikes me as being pretty massive progression. Of course, I can't know that, but I think it's pretty massive progression. I don't think there's going to be any new secrets here. Okay, moving right along. And now I have enough steps that I could probably backtrack even to somewhere like the dark room and try to read in more detail. The patio, but that brings me the wrong direction though. This gets me a bunch more steps. Unfortunately, the only access I would have here is going forward. I think I might be fine with that. Just get a bunch of steps, kind of stabilize the run a little bit. I have the magnifying glass now, so I think there's at least a thing or 3 I want to read. And I can hope to make more progress here on the bedroom side. I'm going to risk that. And I want that gem. Good thing I built that nursery before. I haven't actually gone in here yet to see if there's... I'm going to risk this. And I can use a sledgehammer on these too. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, and the money! I can buy more stuff from the commissary now. The other reason I came in here was to see if there was going to be anything to read. But no. Okay, cool. So with that, I can now pop back into the commissary and buy the shovel. And I think I'm going to save the rest of my money. Maybe I could use it to buy something else. So my resources are pretty solid. I really need to hope that this gets me access to something that'll let me continue the run. And I have a shovel now, to which there were definitely some dirt piles before, if I can find my way back to them. I don't think there were any dirt piles on the terrace because it's not, like, it's a green room, but it's outside. I know that there were some dig spots earlier. Let's just go ahead and work my way through the bedroom. I think I had a lockpick I could have used there. Okay, excellent. So the courtyard will give me access to more stuff. Good. Good, good, good. Good thing I got the blessing of the gardener. Okay, we'll smash this open. Silver key. Okay, this is starting to look better and better. I can backtrack once here just to see if I can't gather up some resources. I'll lockpick it. Gymnasium, no. Dining room, maybe. Because I'll get up to rank 8 pretty quickly, and then I could turn back and eat whatever's in the dining room. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to go in there yet. Okay, another courtyard. And I'm going to prefer the courtyard because they might have more dig spots in them. Well, I thought this run was going to die really early. This is working out very well. I have my sledgehammer to smash. Oh my god, I'm freaking rolling in keys over here. Holy guacamole. And I can go through here for free. Greenhouse, you are more likely to draw green rooms. Okay, that seems pretty cool. What's... Yep, so their dinner is served. Ooh, more puzzles. Cool, I've never made it into a green room. Not a green room, a greenhouse. Okay, pebbles, not worth picking up. I'd love to get to that shrine thing. I mean, I'm sure I'll get out here somehow. I wonder if there's like a special room that would let me get through here. I don't see any vents on the ceiling. Here's something. Oh, God. Wonder what this sounds like. Dee 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 dee. Trees found inside will never shade. The gems that shine in night and rain. The clue you hold cannot be paid with gems nor coins, so toss away these sheets you find a worthy trade. So here's number 5. Oh, watering can. A garden-ready watering can. The first time you enter green room, use water to gain... Okay. Interesting. So what the hell is this? This is just... Oh my god, this might be the lever that opens the antechamber. This certainly looks like a lever. This looks like the antechamber. Maybe it's like it opens that specific door. But of course, the lever's clearly broken. Yeah, and it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's like clearly shattered. It isn't just like depressed in there or something. It's broken. Okay, so that... Oh, and also... That is very obviously like a door that opens as I'm looking at it now. So that's something to keep in mind. I don't think I need to write that down. I can remember that the greenhouse is... It may not be the only place, but this appears to be one place with an antechamber lever, if I'm right. And I think I'm probably right. And it looks like this will probably open up. So maybe I would need to like build this below... like next to an antechamber or something. What else was I going to do in here? See, the word sheets is bolded here. I'm guessing that this is an actual song that you could play. Like, if I'm sure someone will sit down and do it. It mentions you know, gems and coins cannot be paid. It's going to be something else. These sheets you find a worthy trade. Worthy trade for what? Weird. Okay. And I can't take it with me, so I guess for now I'll just ignore it. So let's head back. The watering can. That's cool. I want a special key, silver key. Of course, one of them is going to be blocked. Conference room? I haven't been in here yet. Whatever items would be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this room instead. I mean, obviously I'm going to build a conference room, right? That's awesome. There are no pipes on the ceiling. This gets me access to one more area over here. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms currently on your estate. However, if you have a conference room, spread items are gathered in that room instead. Okay, so I don't have any other things that spread right now. Reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Well, not all notes, apparently. So this is a lie. I'm going to write it down anyway, because this is a lie. But it also might not be a lie, because there's at least one instance where a red note is not a lie. Write down safe code colon 9083. And I'm going to write down lie question mark. You can see why people were recommending this game. This is Neato Burrito. I don't see any other notes that are not empty. What a strange assortment of rooms in this game. You've got like conference rooms and like advanced security centers and stuff. In the office safe. I don't think I've ever built an office either. So right now, actually, I didn't realize this is my only path forward right now. So I need something that banks to the right. I don't love losing 2 steps, but I want the run to continue. But also I have the magnifying glass, and I kind of want to go back and read the dark room, so I'm not sure I want to eat all these steps. I could risk the archived floor plan. Because what else could I read? I could go back to the dark room. I'm just kind of glancing through all the rooms to see. I want to go back to security as well. I am going to risk the archived one and hope it's something useful. It was. Excellent. Now we'll see if I have enough steps to actually get back, but... Another silver key. Man, I don't have as many steps as I would like, but man, I am just flush with resources. This is wild, actually. Okay, no dig spots here. This will get me close to the antechamber. And I'll use the special key, because why not? Cloister. And the green room's free. I have 9 gems. I don't even need to use them. I've never been in this room before. Okay, so there's something. There's the antechamber I can't get into right now. Oh, I can't, I can't get close. But this appears like that knight from the stained glass, from the chapel, so I'm kind of looking around to see if I can see a name associated with it. I see some dots there, but I don't know if that's significant or just a little texturing thing. I'm not seeing a name or any way to like zoom in or anything like that. Oh, some graphical artifacts on the shadows there. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing anything here. I guess it's just a nice, cool room. Let's head this way. Only 17 steps left. Walk-in closet 4 items. Kind of, I mean, I might as well do that, right? But also, I need steps is what I need. but I don't think it's a good idea to just bank on finding a bedroom. This game's dope, Bruce. Certified dope. It is. I know that you feel very differently about spoilers than I do, so if you like, I can give you the elevator pitch beyond, the implicit, I'm strongly recommending this, and you and I often agree on great games. What I'll say is that if you play this game, I was going to say has roguelike elements. It's more like it is a roguelike, but not in the way that you think. So I'm building this manor as I go. Think of it like a magical manor that you're kind of drafting rooms as you work your way through it with different resources. And if you look at the top right, you can see I have resources, and the top left I have steps and stuff. What's really intriguing about it is that unlike most roguelikes, which are about, doing one more run and you kind of just enjoy the gameplay, this game has a lot of fixed puzzles in the world, from what I can tell, or rather fixed based on rooms. So like last run, I built something called a boiler room, and I solved a puzzle that provided power, and then I noticed that some surrounding rooms had like air ducts in the ceiling that were capable of carrying a current. So like my assumption is that at some point in a future run, I need to build a boiler room and then strategically build other rooms to pipe power. Like it's really, really fascinating how it's combining this roguelike progression with the larger goal of, number one, reach the antechamber, which I need to fucking figure out how to get in there, and also to solve a lot of these puzzles. It's really, really interesting. It's roguelike with meta progression. Yeah, there is also some actual meta progression. For example, I've unlocked at least one permanent shortcut, and although almost everything resets between runs, for example, I have this Blessing of the Gardener, which lasts for 3 days. There are a few things that persist between days, but mostly everything resets. But most of the knowledge is meta progression in the form of knowledge, but then it's also knowledge that you have to apply very carefully. So if you compare with something like Outer Wilds, which still, you still have to execute correctly in Outer Wilds, but once you know what you're doing, like there's not much of an execution barrier. I mean, I haven't beaten this game, so I don't know, but from what I'm gathering so far, even if I knew everything about this game, it still would not be trivial to actually execute and work everything through. I think that you should go ahead and get it. I think it's really interesting. I have not... The first time you enter a bedroom. Okay, so that's good. I've never seen a game that combines roguelike and puzzle elements quite in this way. Cool, yeah. I'm sure we'll talk about it later. Obviously, I have not beaten the game. I've put about approaching 5 hours into it, so I've still got more to do. This is the antechamber, by the way, that I don't know how to get into yet. I mean, I sort of know how to, but I don't know the specifics of it. Okay, we'll use a key. That's cool, actually. So, red rooms in this game have a negative effect. One of the negative effects I have going right now is that I built something called the Archive, which makes one of my 3 options invisible to me, except that in this case I know what it is because it's the coat check room. Let's redraw. I haven't needed notes for most of it. I did decide to build notes. I'm going to gamble this, actually. This might be a lab. No, I don't know what this is. Just today I started taking notes. What is this? I'm finding a lot of these rooms that I've never actually made before. Can I take the pool thing? Can I go into the pool? Oh, here we go. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. By the way, it's also interesting because this drafting stuff, it's kind of diegetic. Like, nothing has explicitly mentioned magic yet, but like there are notes and stuff which refer to the live-in staff, like working with like probabilities of rooms and stuff. So it isn't like just a game mechanic. It sort of actually exists in game. It's intriguing. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others, right? Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. No running. Cool. So, like, for context, this is like a meta tutorial, right? It's kind of clever that they put it in a literal pool room. But, like, the game has so far not explicitly told me this. And so that's good to know. And if I look at, like, my room directories, you can see, for example, that there are actual rarities listed here. Right, it's a shop, dead end, it's a rare. I haven't seen Lone Star, and also I still own House of Leaves, and I still need to read it. Where was that metal detector sending me? Oh, right there. Okay, so I'm still just kind of working my way around. If I dead end myself, I'm kind of fine with that, because I have the magnifying glass. I want to work back and try to read some stuff. The patio would spread gems back to the conference room. I don't need that. I can't really... let's redraw, since I have the dice anyway. The kitchen could be good here. Pump room. So the kitchen makes more sense for progression, but I've never seen a pump room before. So I'm going to do the pump room even knowing that it blocks me off, because I'm very curious. It's turn-based FTL, but with a big emphasis on designing a synergistic build for your ship rather than timing. Well, that sounds intriguing. Because yeah, that definitely was one of the struggles with FTL. I mean, why is it? Oh, I thought this was a meter, and I'm like, why is it rendering so strangely? But it's physical water in there. I was gonna say, I know FTL is supposed to be kind of frantic and panicky, but yeah, I could see it being more appealing. Fascinating. Okay, so what am I dealing with here? Pump room schematic, pump control panel, water source selection. Oh my god, this is my brain. I'm already tracking like 10 different things. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, I'm not really sure how to make heads or tails of this right now. I guess that just describes this. Oh my god. So what are the rooms I have? The fountain, the reservoir, the aquarium, the kitchen, the greenhouse, and the pool. So if I could drain the pool... how does this work? I'm just kind of doing things. I haven't really thought this through at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are there 6 of these? Yeah. So I'm guessing that these just go one at a time. If I look at that one over there, can I get there? Can I pump down? Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. So this thing mentions certain units, like tank 1 has 4 units, tank 2 has 4 units, and then there's different switches here. Okay. So I think what's happening as I look at this, let me try flipping this the other way. So I see this is at 2 and that's at 1. And this, like a reserve tank. Yeah, the reserve tank is at 1, which, how do I get it to actually use the, oh, this is, I need to write this down. This is another boiler room thing. What room is this called? This is the pump room. Pump room. This is something that I started writing down just today, is Trying to remember which of these pipes. So if I had built a boiler room this run, I could have, and if I had piped it correctly, I could have gotten some power coming into here. So let me try flipping this the other way then. See, and now it's pumping water into here, all the way up to 4. All the way up to 5? Yeah, okay. So I pumped water out of there. I didn't pump a lot of water. I kind of thought I was... By the way, the reason I'm not walking through the doors is if you look at the top left, those are the number of steps I have, and that's not, like, Final Fantasy VII steps. That's the number of doors I can walk through. So I can look, but I don't want to... I don't want to go in there yet. Draining that much doesn't seem to have done a lot for me. Maybe it's that I could. But see, I'm just looking. I can see through the water, so I'm not even sure what draining all of it would do for me. Why would the kitchen in the... Do I want to drain the aquarium and kill the frickin' fish? Oh my god. So, like, here, if I want to try to drain out, I think it's going to fail. Or I guess... Oh my god. I haven't even built... I do have an aquarium, actually, but to get back around there is a fair number of steps, actually. Okay, so I see the utility of this room. I'm not sure why I would want to... Maybe it's the fountain. Maybe if I can drain the fountain outside, I could get something useful from it. I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay, so I'm... Oh my god, this is complicated. Jesus. So, several interconnected thoughts here. Thought number 1, I can see how I could drain and pump water from different rooms with the capacity that's available in these tanks. For example, if I wanted to fully drain the fountain, I would have to pump water into... And in fact, let me try that while I'm looking at it. For example, if I wanted to do this, I can pump 2 units of water into the kitchen. Yeah. And then, for example, I could go to the fountain and say... I need to switch. Yeah, so that's going to pump 4 units of water out of the fountain. Okay, I get it. Roos, you're saying that's for this game? Because, yeah, this definitely is a... I can understand why I heard a lot of comparisons to stuff like Outer Wilds and Obra Dinn. I mean, Obra Dinn is pretty explicitly a puzzle game. Outer Wilds is... Again, also, it's not like it's hiding the fact that it's a puzzle game, but you could also vibe and explore a lot more without really realizing what your larger objectives are. And this one's interesting as well. Like, the objective given to me explicitly was... if you look at this, there are 45 rooms. That's 5 by 9. My objective and the story of this game, or at least the context for what's happening, is the owner of this mansion, Herbert S. Sinclair, something like that. This was his mansion, he died, and I am his heir. Or rather, there are stipulations in his will that I will be his heir and retrieve all the mansion and all the money and stuff, if I can reach room 46 of the mansion. Now, you may be, if you're familiar with math, you may think, wait a minute, 46 is a greater number than 45. And there are only 45 rooms in the manor. How curious. So that's my goal, is to reach room 46, but in the process, I'm finding all these other puzzles, which I'm assuming will pipe their way into reaching room 46. The immediate goal, beyond just continuing to explore the manor and solve kind of the local puzzles, is to get into the antechamber. And as you saw, I made it to the antechamber. Like, this cloister has a doorway heading into the antechamber, but it's closed. My leading theory right now is that there is a lever that gets me into the antechamber. And I have a few pieces of evidence supporting that. So that's what I mean, where like I know how to get into the antechamber, like I know the kinds of steps that I would like to occur, but I don't know how to actually execute on them yet. I would love to drain this fountain. I'm very curious about that. So let me try the following. I would like to... Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, there we go. So I can pump some of it out into there. Let's see if I can pump the rest out into the pool. My guess, there's a big fountain out front, which strikes me as rather... God, I don't even know if I can make it back out without running out of steps, but... So I want to pump more water into the greenhouse here. The greenhouse is the second one as it comes over here. So I need to pump out into the greenhouse, yep. And there's I see. So what I was going to do then is go to the fountain. Yep, see, I'm continuing to pump some of it out. That's a lot of water in the fountain, though. For example, if I were to flip this here, now I'm going to continue pumping even more. Actually, this might work out. This may work out. I would like... Yeah, I'm going to pump 3 units of water into the greenhouse. And then I can pump the remainder out of the fountain. Dope. Is there an orgy room? Maybe. I haven't unlocked all the rooms yet, so there might be. Dope. And I can see how if I had this reserve tank, this whole process would be a lot easier. So now I have a drained fountain. But boy howdy, I only have 13 steps left. And I don't think I can make it out in 13 steps. So I may be a little boned here. I guess the answer is build that closer. I mean, I'll do my best. So if I can't get back, then the next best thing to do would be to make my way back to, like, the dark room. I don't even know if I can get there. Like, how do I even get out of here? I mean, I know I got here in the first place, right? Yeah, okay, I see it. This is not looking good. It's not looking good at all. When you run out of steps, by the way, you have to, like, retire to your little camp and restart the day. But from here, oh, wait. The dining room. Yeah. I've been seeing that a lot, too. I mean, it's a trophy. I've never even heard of a trophy room. Okay. Well, this is really useful. You see a lot of angles on it, which individually a lot of the points you hear people make are not unreasonable. Like, one thing you'll hear is if you look back at, like, catalog prices from, like, I don't know, the early 2000s or mid-90s or whatever, like, relative, if you adjust for inflation, games used to be really, really, really expensive for games that are, by every conceivable metric, really terrible compared to most modern games, right? You're going to spend, like, $150 on an Atari game or something. And that's true, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's too expensive then and too expensive now. It is tricky. Like, I remember when a AAA game was $50. I remember because I bought Kingdom Hearts 1 for $50, like, saved up my allowance, and it was like the biggest purchase I'd ever made in my life. And yes, developer prices go up, but also a lot of it is their own stupid fucking fault. Oh, I've never looked at this with the magnifying glass, by the way. I don't know if there's anything worth looking at here. Maybe not. I don't know. I like to think of myself as being pretty well informed on the games industry. I certainly don't claim to know everything, but I know a lot. and maybe Nintendo isn't a fantastic example of this, but I'm of the opinion, unsurprisingly, that a lot of even AAA games are pushing their graphics too far. And I'm not saying they have to start releasing a game that looks like this. Like, this game's very pretty, but, you know, its graphics are very sort of indie. I think that some people go too far with their opinions. They say, like, oh, all these stupid AAA games pushing for graphics. Like, no, you do want games with beautiful graphics. And even if you're making, you know, like a smaller indie game, you benefit from more powerful graphics cards. And the graphics cards are largely more powerful because AAA devs have been pushing so hard to get graphics higher. But all that to say that it's like, maybe you wouldn't need to nickel and dime your customers so hard if you didn't spend $400 million on all the arts and none of your artists have seen their families for 2 years. Maybe you could dial back the graphics like 10% and make things a little more reasonable. Like, some of the blame is on your side too. Right, so like, if Nintendo wanted to charge $80, I mean, I don't know where the threshold is. Right, $60 used to be the norm, then it became 70, and even then the price kind of eked up because there was stuff like collector's editions that would kind of push things further and further. Where am I going, by the way? It might make sense to go into the archives and use the magnifying glass on that. I do have 30 steps now. And then I want to come back to the dark room too. I am going to risk it. I don't remember what was all in here, but I want to check. See if there's anything useful in these. I kind of don't think so, but we'll see. I mean, the other thing about Nintendo was, like, in isolation, if you, I don't know, imagine you're my parents and you don't know a lot of the details about the games industry, and I said, hey, so for years and years and years, games were $60, you know, slowly creeping up towards 70, and now Nintendo on their new console is going to release their flagship first-party title for $80. That doesn't sound that unreasonable, right? But this is Nintendo we're talking about, so I'm not exactly inclined to give Nintendo the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to say they're one of the most anti-consumer companies ever, like globally across all companies. I doubt that's true. But I mean, certainly in gaming, they are offensively fucking anti-consumer. And they get away with not just a little bit more shit than everyone else. They get away with a staggering amount more than other companies do. Some of it's small stuff, right? Oh, you're charging, you know, some amount of money for your tech demo when something like, what am I thinking of? Like Astro's Playroom was free, right? It's death by 1,000 cuts, right? Remember when they released the All-Stars collection? Remember how Breath of the Wild, an 8-year-old game, is releasing on the Switch 2 without the DLC, even if you buy it as an upgrade pack? Remember how you have to buy upgrade packs for your 8-year-old game to run faster? A game that also never goes on sale because it's Nintendo? Right, I could rant on this for a long time. But yeah, so I want to head back out this way and head down. Basically, it's me agreeing with you that Nintendo charging $80 for Mario Kart is not the worst thing that's ever happened in gaming, right? They're not kidnapping your children. But, like, it's not a good thing, and combined with everything else Nintendo does, it certainly paints a pretty rough picture. So I want to go through the dark room. And also, no, that's nothing. It's November 6th. Oh, I wanted to look at this with the magnifying glass. I don't really see anything, though. I don't know. I'm kind of not the target audience for Nintendo anymore, unfortunately. At least I don't think I am. And that's not because I dislike their games. Like, I've had a blast. I mean, I have like a bunch of Nintendo plushies and stuff behind me on my shelf. It's just, even among the genres that I'm a big fan of, you know, like the big 3D Marios or whatever, I think that a lot of their games have moved in a direction where I'm less interested in them. Okay, this I want to read. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. I'm gonna write that down. Hi Ryan, let me read your message. Pushing graphics so hard makes the performance of games absolutely awful, especially with modern design practices of ignoring optimization and just assuming the machine will be able to brute force everything. Don't need to be sorry for lurking. Lurk as much as you want. Sorry, I'm just reading a few messages here. Yeah, I mean, again, in isolation, Nintendo's practices would still be questionable, but not... I don't think they would garner this kind of response. But it's the fact that Nintendo gets away with so much that other companies don't. Like you take the Pokemon games, and ignoring any of the gameplay or the writing issues, just strictly speaking of the graphics and the performance of modern Pokemon games, like they're like what, the most profitable media franchise, maybe, period? Maybe that statement is true without qualification? And you're telling me that this is the graphics that they can put out, this is the performance that they can put out, right? As much as you can push graphics too far, the visual presentation of your game still is important, and performance is especially important. And somehow the Pokemon games have PS2 graphics that also run at like half the performance of a PS2 game. So it's like, is this genuinely the best you can do? Because you have enough money, just hire some competent engineers, right? Like, it's hard to imagine it's anything except rampant mismanagement. It's frustrating to see because I played Pokemon as a kid. I don't hate Pokemon, I just... I wish that they would do a better job so that I could enjoy the games. Green memos in I don't think I know who Hartley is. Maybe one of the bedrooms in Hartley's room. Oh, one sec, I've got some cat aggro here. Hi Pixel, can you lay down so that I can read the secret decoder ring message? Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. Room are always false. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, it isn't... Nintendo's anti-consumer. They freaking DMCA people like crazy. It's a mess. Let me see if there's more for me to read in here. Oh, this is something I wanted to look at for sure. See if I could, like, see the code on one of these. 1128. Okay. Okay. That is important. I'm assuming that that's the key code. That lock is outside and it has a 4-digit numeric code, so I'm assuming it's 1128. I'm gonna make a staggering leap of logic and say that the literal code painted there is or carved into the tree is the code. What else? Generally, when there's something hidden in these images, you can tell what it is even before you magnify. Like, you can see that there was something there. So I'm not, like, being too meticulous in scanning the magnifying glass over every single part of these images. Here's 1128 again. Yep. Anything here? Hello, Herbert. I mean, I'm someone who's fascinated with graphics programming. So, like, I'm glad that there are developers that exist that are pushing graphics tech really, really far. I just think that their priorities are out of whack. Like, I think that, for example, ray tracing as a technique is very powerful. I think it is commonly used in ways that I think makes the game look worse rather than better. Like, they use a lot of denoising techniques, which leads to a lot of images being swimmy and kind of gross. And And I think that in a lot of those cases, they might have a much better visual presentation, reverting to something like baked lighting or using other techniques for global illumination, or even using ray tracing in ways that are not as noisy. I think that there's just this frustrating trend where like you can push graphics in a lot of different ways. So for example, and I'll just stick with the ray tracing example, a lot of people would see ray tracing and think, oh my god, and they'll kind of have a reaction like you had, Ryan, which is not unreasonable, by the way, of like, you're going to force me to buy this $1,500 graphics card, and it's going to churn and struggle to get 30 frames per second. This is ridiculous. And I mean, to be fair, it is ridiculous, but it's like, ray tracing as a technique can be used in a lot of ways, and the fact that modern GPUs have dedicated ray tracing hardware is a really, really good thing, because ray tracing for games is fucking awesome. Or rather, it can be fucking awesome. It doesn't, I mean, it's always going to be an expensive technique given what you're doing, but it doesn't have to. I feel like it's always used in the same way. I think that's part of what frustrates me. Okay, so I want to see this fountain now that I've drained it. Very, very curious about this. Excellent. Okay, this is what I was hoping for. I'm pretty proud of figuring this out, by the way. This has been a very impressive run. That sounds very conceited. Whatever. What? The basement door is locked. Okay. The key does not fit. That probably means I'm gonna have to. I wonder if this is gonna stay here. I mean, we'll see on the next day whether this stays drained or whether I have to drain it again and get a special key. Interesting. Interesting. Key does not fit. See, this is what I mean, where like there's the roguelike element of moving through, but there's all these. To call them meta puzzles isn't accurate. Like they're just puzzles, but there's the puzzle of working through the mechanics, which are themselves interesting. Like if this was all the game was work through your resources and your steps and make it to the antechamber, that would be interesting, but there's a lot more than that too. Well, the feeling there with Pokemon, and this applies to more than just Pokemon, it applies to like, I was going to say Donkey Kong, bad example because they are now coming out with a Donkey Kong game. But you know, there's a lot of people who forever said like, we want a Donkey Kong 64 remake or a new Donkey Kong game or something. And it's like, listen, if you're just going to sit on your copyright, either do something with it or just license it out to a studio. Like there's so many people that I think could make really incredible games with all kinds of licenses. Like you don't have to give up your IP, just license it, right? Surely copyright and trademark laws are not so stringent that you're not even allowed to let another studio work on your stuff in like a paid contractual relationship without sacrificing it. Like I said, it's a disappointment. Like I tend to shit on Pokemon games. One, because they deserve it. Like their graphics and performance are unacceptable. And a lot of people will make the excuse, oh, well, the Switch is underpowered. It's like, first of all, games like Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey exist on Switch. Don't give me this shit that it is incapable of better graphics than that. Second, there are PS2 games and GameCube games that look better than this, so don't give me that crap. It's just poor optimization. Okay, 1128 should be the code. 1128. Excellent. And it's just, it's frustrating for me, but it is also genuinely baffling. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start... Oh! Yo, that's a massive reward. Okay. By the way, you'll notice that I just lost a step walking through here. So this system of steps being associated with walking through doors, it is not just inside the mansion. It also exists outside. Hello? Okay. Methinks that I found a new objective. Oh my god. See, this is this is so interesting to me. Like, getting 20 steps at the beginning of each day is a big reward. That's important. But something that this game does consistently, which I'm really impressed by, is that it isn't just that I came here, unlocked it, and like absorbed a power-up that got me 20 extra steps. I got that permanent reward, and also it unlocked new puzzles. It reminds me of something I saw praised about Celeste, where Celeste compared to Super Mario Odyssey. In Super Mario Odyssey, frequently you will find some hidden alcove or something, and you'll just get a moon, and that's it. Here's your reward. Congratulations. In Celeste, you'll often find a hidden alcove and it leads to a challenge room, and then you get your reward. And this game seems to be doing more of the latter, right? Like, I solved a puzzle, and my reward is not just a reward, it's more puzzles. It's really cool. This will be a step, right? No? Okay, what am I looking at? Gardener's Logbook, April 10th, 1992. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms in the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate, in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nogula, groundskeeper. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these, I discovered, are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. Interesting. I didn't know that. So I have to be on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings is where I can build those. I have built the terrace before. I don't know that I built the patio or the veranda. I built the green. I haven't built a lot of these. Okay. Oh, this is cool. The soil survey. One of the first tasks I understood as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. Do you see how the magic house is diegetic in-game? It's pretty cool. Am I using the word diegetic correctly? I think I am. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in a greenhouse. I'm going to read that again. The room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread and gardens from gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in a greenhouse. Okay, that's what I thought it meant. Thank you, Bruce. Survey results, rich soil. So this is something I could jot down. So this means that if I'm on the perimeter, I could aim to build green rooms over there. And I'm likely to get better soil. Let me come back to this in a sec. It's a lot of reading. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard's smudge pots. The smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should keep on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gasoline should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. So I turned that valve and it made one of the torches, or like one of the lanterns turn on. Not lanterns, like the sconces, torches, whatever those are. Little fires. I just read that, Roos. That's funny. Also, I agree with you about Pokemon. Like, when I'm criticizing Pokemon, I do have plenty to criticize regarding, like, the writing and stuff, but I'm speaking just purely graphically and technically. Like, it runs poorly and also has poor graphics by, I think, a lot of different metrics. Texture quality, model quality, animation frame rate, a lot of stuff. After a few months of idleness, I have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda. Okay, I recognize that name now. Orinda, currently in the cloister, with the much more appropriate angel Rena. I'm going to write down these names, because I think I'm going to end up getting a name associated with each of those 7, like, I don't know, important figures. I'm going to start writing this down. So the maid was Mila, I think. So, let's see. So Orinda is the knight. Orinda is the knight. And then Rinna is this gardener. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? So the gardener there is Rinna. Yeah, I can see why the game wanted me to have a pencil and paper ready. Though amused, I do not think Annie took the request too seriously, Anne, though she did humor me and listened to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner garth, and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. Okay, so you can get in there somehow. But I don't know how. Okay, and that's it. There's no more pages. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. It's really interesting. So I would like to jot this down as well. One sec. I'm gonna BRB for just like 2 minutes here and feed my cat and stuff. BRB. Okay, I'm back. So I'm going to jot this down. Let's see, so it's 9 by 5. I don't need to be too particular about this. Drawing a little grid. Let's see, so what is it? It's 9 by 5, so I need a line here and here, just drilling stream content. And then I need, let's see, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ranks. Let's erase the rest. I made my grid too large. How embarrassing. Honestly, it's a good excuse. Like, I haven't physically actually written anything down for a little while. I type a lot. I don't write so much. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of copy this. So there's like an X there, meaning crap soil quality. I think I'll just kind of use some different symbols. I don't need to be too specific about this. Let's see, poor soil, good soil. Okay, so let's write down those ones. You know what I should do this with? I should do this with numbers. Like 1, 2, 3, indicating higher quality. That would make it easier to remember. You said music's kind of chill. That's fun. Let's say 1, 1, 1, 1. And then there's 1 up there. And then a 1 over there. Okay, so those are the, like, poor soil qualities. Now I need the good soil quality, so that's 2, 2. It's cool how not only is all of this contextualized pretty well in game, but that I'm learning how to get better at the game, not just by playing it and learning how to better manage resources and steps and stuff, but like there's all this additional information too. So now going forward, for example, I can try to spend time on the outer edges of the east and west wing. See if I can't build some green rooms over there. Find a shovel and get a lot of good rewards. It feels good too because that removes like an element of randomness. I mean, there's still plenty of randomness, but it means I don't just have to get a shovel and hope that I get something good. I can be a little more strategic about it and say that if I build on these specific plots, I'm much more likely to get good results out of it. 3, 2, 3, 1. And that's 2 on that one, actually. Almost done, and then I can get back to the Okay, finally. With all of that tedious writing out of the way, back to the game. I was curious if I can eat these apples. Also, I don't know what's up with the sundial. I mean, I see it's pointing to a particular time, but I don't know the relevance of that. This is one of those smudge pots it mentioned, which... The reason I was kind of curious if I could eat the apples was that it gives me the option to switch back. I'm going to do it just to see what happens. I mean, obviously it's going to turn it off, right? Yeah. Well, I'm going to turn it back on, of course. This might be like a progression point in the larger game, is get all 4 torches lit. Man, what a cool game. Okay, and I still have 19 steps to get some more done. I don't know how to enter some of these other areas. I get to start next time with 70 steps, so all else equal, I would be at 38 right now, which is pretty excellent. It is also intriguing to me because, like, one of the first things I noticed, the game starts you inside, and so, of course, the first thing I did was turn around and go outside. That doesn't look like a normal mountain, does it? Like, normal mountains, that very obviously looks like some kind of tower. And so it's interesting that that, like, sconce-looking area exists. Is this going to eat steps to go down this way? Yeah, I see the pipes coming in here. I also noticed those pathways down there that I don't know if I'm going to be able to get there later. That'd be pretty cool. There's like a number of juggling plates as far as the puzzles are concerned. So for this run, I am bricked as far as building additional rooms, but I know the security code, and I can get to the security room trivially easily. I don't think there's more documents for me to read with the magnifying glass that I care about right now. I know that green documents in Hartley's room lie. I want to go back to security. And I want to do a few things. Number one... Yeah, so there's Swan Song again. Something that's interesting... something that's interesting. There's a lot of things that are interesting. First of all, and I'm not sure if it's here that says it, somewhere... Oh, it's right here, actually. You see how this thing says that blue memos are true and red memos are lies? First of all, I now have the magnifying glass, so now I can see that it says... unless written by hand. By hand, okay. Because I actually did read this before, unless written by. I didn't make out the last word hand. So blue memos are true, and red memos are lies unless written by hand. Okay? So then I look at these ones, and for example, there's this one that says, until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked, and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. But this is a lie. Which means that in reality, I have to unlock access to the antechamber. So that's, my leading theory of how the hell do I get in there. And that also means that this is actually true. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks. As a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. And I found another printed note somewhere else, which says that rooms on the west side of the manor are more likely to be locked, which is a lie, which means that as I go further north, I'm more likely to see locked doors, both electronic keycard or otherwise, and that doors on the east side are more likely to be locked. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But that's the thing. I don't know if there is an original estate. Because canonically, it changes. And I also now know that the red memos are lies unless written by hand, and that green memos in Hartley's room are false. So now, finally, I can put in the security code, which is Swan Song. I don't know what the hell this gets me. Apparently they have internet access in this ancient manor. Oh. Okay. A lot to do here. Okay, I'll just go through them in order. Punch in and out. This service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly, and all domestic staff have been placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. So that's interesting. I thought that it was November 6th. That was the relevant date, but it sounds like it might be November 4th is another relevant date. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. It depends how many rooms there are in total. I mean, it's hard enough just to find an arrangement where you can build all of them. So I'd written down November 6th. I'm also going to write down November 4th. Okay, well, nothing there. Staff announcements. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. Ooh, name drop. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. And that was written on the 7th. The reason I'm focusing on the dates so much is that there is a time-sensitive safe in a room that I found. The way you open it is you go to the terminal and you just set a time that it will open. And it has to be a time in the future, and then it stays open for 4 hours. So basically what that means is if I know the date and time right now, I can just trivially open that safe. And so I have to know what date I got here, and then I can use the fact that it's like day 10 or whatever to know what day it is, or at least that's my theory. Request schedule change. The service has been temporarily disabled. Yep, same thing. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Special orders can take 1 to 3 days. Okay. What would you like to order? Oh, interesting. So I can just make more stuff appear at the commissary. You know what? Out of all of these, I've gotten every single thing except for running shoes. And I think I know what running shoes does. Maybe. I mean, what do I want at the commissary? Sleeping mask is not that amazing. Sledgehammer's really good, actually. I'm going to request a shovel at the commissary. This order takes 1 to 2 days. Sure. Because now I know all about the greenery on the borders. Was there any other staff services to do? No. Okay. Remote terminal access. It is possible. By the way, there's no audio in game. Not that anyone said anything, but if you're wondering why there's no game audio, there just isn't any right now. Is it possible to connect? It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere in the state using remote terminal access. No other terminals are currently connected. So that's interesting. So there's the one I'm at now. I've never been to the office or the laboratory. I've found laboratories as a potential spawn room, but I wasn't able to spawn it. And I've also been to the one in the shelter. So I guess the purpose of this is just to tell me that there are other terminals. The mask, if I recall correctly, gives you additional steps each time you walk into a bedroom. Okay, electronic mail. The permissions of this terminal do not allow for access to the electronic mail account. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Okay. Glossary of terms. Cool. Okay. Additions are rooms that are added to the draft pool. See, this is interesting because if I can understand the mechanics better, then that will... This is going to be the most no-shit Sherlock statement of my life. If I can understand the mechanics better, I can build houses more reliably. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, let me read this again. Additions are rooms that are added to the draft pool. Most additions are removed from the draft pool at the end of each day. However, some additions are permanent, such as those found in the drafting studio. I've never been to a drafting studio. Adjoining. Rooms are considered adjoined if they are connected to each other via a doorway. Okay. Dead end. I don't think I'm going to read all of these super carefully. I don't think something like a running shoes spawns in any specific place. Let's see, if a room ever has additional doorways, it is not considered a dead end, even if the doors are blocked. Archived floor plan? Yeah. The directory contains detail, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you can do it by pressing R. Okay. Again, I think I'm not going to read all of these out loud in their entirety. I'm going to scan through them a little faster. Yep. They are identifiable by violet borders. Yep. Dirigible. This is the arcade game. In the commissary, players may play the dirigible blocks. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Is that an actual meta thing? I guess I'll treat it as such. Dirt. Yep, I know how dirt works. Blessing. I know what that is. That reminds me, I could go back to the outside and see if I can get another blessing. I probably can't, though. Yep, so that's drafting. Call it a day. Checked item. You may use it to check an item. Yep, I know how to do that. Draft pool. The total collection of currently available floor plans, from which 3 are drawn at the beginning of a draft. This I'm curious about. The color of a floor plan will usually indicate the type of room. Violet for bedrooms, orange for hallways, green for green rooms, yellow for shops, red for red rooms, and blue for blueprints. Default type. Okay. Drawing is the initial pulling of the 3 floor plans, blah, blah, blah. Sure, that makes sense. What about some others? EL. Or the 9... Okay, so the east wing specific... I wasn't sure if that was like only the one column or 2 columns. That border the very right edge. The west wing will be the opposite. The grounds include many areas of interest. Yep. Certain rooms have an effect that is only triggered upon physically entering the room. Yep, I know how that works. Hallway. The branch off into different paths, allowing for greater flexibility. Exhaust, I know how that works. History. As an architect, you may wish to view the previous layouts and room configurations from days past. But you can do inventory. You can press tab for it. Items. I know all of this. I'm just kind of scanning through to see if there's anything useful. There are also special keys that can unlock special doors or rooms that only appear in specific locations in the house. So like the basement door would be an example of that. Glossary of terms. A feature of the network, architectural jargon. Yep, and I'll learn the question marks later. Keycard door. Locked. Yep. These rooms are associated with outdoor areas and are naturally synergistic with one another. Okay, that's cool. And now I know more about how they spawn on the outer edges. And that I can use them to get more nutrient soil luck. Luck determines the likelihood that you will find additional items in rooms of your estate. Luck can be raised by certain items in rooms, marked on their floor plan by a clover. Really? I didn't know luck was an actual mechanic in this game. I mean, obviously it is just by virtue of RNG existing, but I didn't know it was a quantified mechanic. That's cool. Mechanical. These rooms are often heavy in mechanics and often contain control systems that can interact with other elements of the estate. These rooms are marked by the symbol of a gear. Okay, so that's what the gear means. I mean, I know what these rooms are anyway, but it's nice to know that there's that explicit classification of them. Reset. Permanent changes don't reset. The terminal on the estate is connected to a local network named Blackbridge. Didn't know it was called Blackbridge. Outer room. West path access, security. Permanents. Shop. Power source. The estate's boiler room is known as a power source because it provides steam power to various rooms in the house. Steam power is conveyed room to room via ducts that run across the ceiling, and power can be transported across great distances as long as you continue to string together rooms. Yeah, okay. So I already had a piece of that together. Special floor plans. So the special ones are the ones that require gems to craft. They often offer more unique complexity. Sorry if this is boring, by the way. I mean, it probably isn't because this is the game. But this is just a part of the game where that's very word heavy. Ooh. So this kind of confirms what I already basically assumed, which is that the 46th room is above the antechamber. That's my assumption. Among the staff, whispers of a 10th rank can often be overheard. Okay. Special item. Unique and inventory bound as opposed to resource items. Rarity. Commonplace, normal, uncommon, and rare. I know how spread works. Actually, it spreads everywhere unless I have a conference room. I've never found a locker room before. That's cool. The more rooms in your house, the larger the spread. Items are randomly distributed across all rooms. Okay. I haven't really made any use of that mechanic at all yet. Redraw. Yep. There are several ways, really. The easiest method, of course, is drafting observatories. Each additional star creates new formations of constellations, which in turn provides beneficial effects. I didn't know that there were more ways than the observatory to create stars. That's interesting. Red rooms are powerful, but come at a dangerous cost. Are they that powerful? They don't really strike me as being much more powerful than a hallway. And then the terminal. Okay, last one tomorrow. Cool. I've never found a mailroom or a sauna. Rooms that provide benefits in the future Belong to a special category of floor plan tomorrow rooms. They're marked with a clock symbol. Cool. Tomorrow you will start the day with 20 extra steps. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Trunk. Yep. West path. A charming path that winds through the wooded area that runs alongside the west wing of the house. This path can be accessed from both the garage and the west gate, which is usually kept latched and locked. And then the west wing. Okay, so that's everything. Return to network. That's all of it. Now, finally, I can play the game again. So, what else is there to do this time? I have 15 steps left. I'm just glancing through all the rooms here. I don't think there's anything else for me to read with the magnifying glass. I think that using the pump room to drain the fountain was the primary goal there. It might be that there's a utility for the aquarium as well, but I don't know that for sure. I guess I could work my way there. I don't have a shovel. I don't think there's going to be anything new in the conference room. Maybe I'll work my way back. I mean, I'm going to reset this run shortly anyway, so I'm just going to kind of work my way through until I run out of steps and see what I can remember. I still don't know what's up with those VAC things. I don't have a shovel, right? I do have a shovel. I don't know that the items I get in this shovel are going to be worth anything to me. I guess I could try to go up to like the courtyard up there and see what I get out of it. Nothing here. Nothing here. Here's the dark room. Hi, Pixel. There's this maid named Mila. Nothing else to do here. The weight room. The weight room has pipes. I'm going to write that down. Weights room. I'm still not sure what I'm actually going to want to end up powering with the boiler room, but I'm sure I'll find out eventually. Nothing for me in the den, I think. Let's head up here into the drawing room. Where else was I going to go? Nothing for me in the archives right now. The terrace over there is not going to have much. I'd rather head to the courtyard. This is one that was actually marked with fertile soil, although there is no soil here. Is there soil here? Or here? Oh, shit. That's right. I got, okay, that's awesome. So I used the pump room to redirect water over here. And I got some gems out of it. That's really neat. I'm glad I came back. Oh, and I don't know what the hell's up with this sheet music. So this, by the way, is... Recall that I need, at least to my knowledge, I need a lever to get into the antechamber room. This certainly looks like a lever that would open up the antechamber room, but it's dead. And so what I'm wondering is if I can build... Well, no, but the greenhouse only has one entrance. So maybe if I could build a greenhouse underneath it, or just on one of the sides of it, then I could open this up and get into the antechamber. That's my leading theory right now, although for that to be true, it would have to magically just have the lever be there, which may or may not actually exist. I wanted to check up on this as well. This is a printed note, which means this is a lie. The safe code is not 9083. This character's Orinda, and I don't know how to get in there. This was an extraordinarily successful day. Okay. And today I get to start with 70. I was thinking about that too. Sometimes the rooms will orient themselves. So, like, you see that the greenhouse has one entrance. If I came at it from the right side, it would be oriented like this. I mean, I don't know, obviously. Garden Inn of Prayers. Look at this glorious mansion. Yeah, I mean, we're all... I think that... I mean, this game's pretty new. This is a game I wanted to play anyway, of course, but also I'm playing it pretty shortly after release to minimize spoiler potential. Right, whenever you stream anything on Twitch, there's always a chance that someone comes in and backseats you or something. Usually not that big a deal, but playing a game like this early means that probably most people in chat don't know what's going on either. Okay, and look at that, by the way. The fountain remains drained. That's excellent. That's fucking excellent. So I still need the basement key, but, you know, I'll get in there later. The coat check would get me my car keys, which will be useful if I actually get to the garage again. I feel like I'd rather wait on that and make sure I can actually build the garage first. I'm going to start with the billiard room and just get some resources. 9, 15, 4, 12, 7, 4, 20, 10. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I was about to say 23 divided by 3, but it's not. It's minus. So that's 20 times 3 is 60, divided by 6 is 10. Cool. And a silver key. Silver key more useful in later stages, I found, but still kind of nice. So I would love to work my way towards the garage and then hopefully build a coat check. So I think that's going to be my goal right now. A nook, it gets me another key. A parlor gets me some gems. I might need gems for the garage, so let's go ahead and do a parlor. Yeah, I've used the silver key a few times now. Yes, free magnifying glass. Neato burrito. A box next to this box contains gems. Both boxes next to this box contain gems. A box... Okay, so this one is a lie, because only one box contains gems. So if this is a lie, that means that one of these two is true. A box next to this box is true. No, it isn't. I've verified that this is false, which means this is also false, so this has to be true. A box next to this box contains gems. This one has the gems. I think hallway's the play here. Get me a little more progress. And get me easier access back to spawn. Yeah, so this is a lie. So doors in the east wing are more likely to be locked. Gem requirement. That's kind of fine because I want to head towards the west anyway. Yeah, I have a gem to spare. I'll go ahead and do that. Especially because these can get you access to items pretty frequently. There's really a lot of depth to this game. I like it a lot. And there's a mound of dirt. I know that the guy didn't prospect the inner ones. Okay, let's do a spare room. I'm still going to need to actually build a coat check. So this spreads green. And that doesn't seem great because I actually want to work my way up there. So I'm going to do the bedroom. Although I have access to the courtyard to head in that direction anyway. So maybe it'd be better to just do this and then work my way across. Let me do that. Key. Where's my... Oh, shovel. Like, where's the item? The massive shovel that's just standing there. Anything in the dirt? Okay. Snack on a turnip. Have I don't think I've ever had a turnip in real life. So the storeroom is bad. That cuts it off. The nook goes the wrong way. I don't love that. I feel like I'd rather have another key as compared to the rest. This is another really good usage of the magnifying glass. I've already used it, but antechamber appears to be sealed by all four sides. Must be a way to open. Yep. I've already looked at that though. I'm kind of getting walled a little bit here. Like, I need to go up. Chapel could help me go up. I think I do chapel. Because I don't have any money anyway, so there's really nothing to lose here. I'm going to actually start working my way back down, because I want more resources. Workshop, combine items. I can't build that. The storeroom cuts me off. Let's go ahead and build a workshop. Have I been to a workshop before? I don't know that I've actually been in this room. Oh, here's another... You know what? I should write down these music note pages. I'm gonna write a little musical note symbol. Maybe I should start playing my trumpet again. I kind of miss it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So far I found page 5, which had the word sheet. And now 8 has the word message. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from a thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Yeah, so as expected, it seems to be that the bold word. I'm assuming that once I find more of these music sheets, it'll form a, you know, a larger message that actually is useful to me. What the hell? Hot diggity damn, that's a lever. So what's up with the C? Okay, well, that's massive. Yeah, that's massively enormous. The true box does not always contain the prize. It doesn't? Oh, right, of course it doesn't. I already knew that. I guess it's just a little bit of a hint. Okay, so how does this work then? Workshop, combine inventory to create new items. So this is the workshop from Last of Us 2. Let's put together the shovel and the magnifying glass and the lever. What? You can put these together? I mean, okay. Yes? No? Sledgehammer and broken lever. Yes. Craft. Where's the craft button? Magnifying glass and this and this and this. Okay, well, you know, I don't even care. I don't want any items. Items are stupid. I really want an extra gem because I think I need one to make the garage. If I cut myself off here, I'm going to have to work all the way around to the entrance hall. You know, I'm going to build this because I've never built a secret passage, and I'm just curious what it is. Oh, I see. Oh, this is kind of neat. So I can lead it to a particular kind of room. I don't want a shop. I don't want a red room. I don't need a bedroom. A green one could be pretty good here, actually. Let's try a green one. Cool. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's interesting. So all of these rooms require gems, and I don't have any. And so the special cost is bycat. Jesus, special cost is bypassed. I would really have loved to have had an aquarium there. God, I cannot wait to watch other people play this. I know of at least like 2 or 3 streamers I follow who have been playing this. The observatory could be good there. Let's build the observatory. I can't build an observatory. I can build a bedroom. Just to get access to more stuff. Because I have this entrance, and that's it. The aquarium counts as a room of every color. So for example, it gets you steps back because it's a bedroom. Or there are certain effects that, for example, there's a protection thing I could get that says, protect yourself from the effect of the next 3 red rooms. So if you spawn an aquarium, that would presumably tick down that balance. I'm just gonna do the breaker room. I really like to have close to the dark room, though. It'd be useful if I can spawn a security room to get past. Let's just do a bedroom. I have enough steps. I can go through here. Welcome to Reddington. Storeroom, corridor. I mean, I'll do a corridor and just keep going, right? Why not? Okay, I might actually be able to salvage a path out of this. Yeah, I can actually. Cool. Wasn't expecting to find that many north-facing exits, but I'll take it. Cool. Sweet cash money. Have I built a chapel? Yes. If I go through the chapel, I'll end up losing some of this cash. I am going to want to head back outside as well and go find that outer room. I guess I'll ignore it for now. I don't think a special key would be all that useful here, since I'm on the edge anyway. So this should get me access to some green rooms, but I do have 1 gem. Let's go ahead and build a courtyard. I am desperately short of gems. Also, I just remembered that I gave myself like a shovel in the commissary that's going to arrive at some point. Damn. If I had a gem, I could have built this and used my lever on it. Okay, well, let's just build a pantry then, I guess. It's so nice to start with so many extra steps, and I've gotten pretty lucky with food. This one I will use a special key for. Great Hall. 7 lot. Okay, I have to build this. That sounds fascinating. I've never built a Great Hall before. What the hell is this? Are these just all going to be locked? How does that even work? What the hell? I mean, out of curiosity, I kind of want to, like, what's in this one? What? Okay. Well, I have a way up or along the side now. That could be nice to get some gems and stuff. Let's just do that. I'm cutting off access to the other one, but I also don't want to go through the chapel a bunch anyway. So it's kind of fine. Yay, some pebbles. Just what I always wanted. Okay, I'm glad it doesn't use steps going through these doors. That would be awful. So what happens if I open this one now? Nothing. Why are there so many doors? Oh, hello. What? Floor plan upgrade disc? Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade. Oh, baby. Finding some meta progression. Good thing I have a lot of keys. I should probably actually use these keys to unlock new rooms too. The security room would be great. That would also get me access to... I think security room's the play. That I can put in my permanent upgrade disc. I would love to make it to the west wing and make it to the garage. I'll hold on to the other key for now. Did I... Oops. Well, while I'm here, I'll turn the offline mode to unlocked, because that's just generally a good thing to do. And I'll leave the security level at medium. I don't have a key card, but now that I've turned it off, I'm always kind of hesitant, because with offline mode there, if I could get a breaker room, then that gets me free access to all of those doors, and it's pretty likely I find a breaker room in the near future. So I'm going to risk turning this to high. And actually put in my floppy disk here. Scanning disk. Does it upgrade all of these? Or was that random? It upgrades the courtyard. Courtyard data has been found on this upgrade disk. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Select a floor plan below to upgrade this room. Courtyard. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. So I can get something that's permanently unlocked. That might be useful because I tend to find these ones later. I think getting the gems would be more useful. I find myself frequently low on gems. And I don't really want... I think I want this one. Yeah. Yes, I do. Thank you, floppy disk. I haven't used one of you since a very long time ago. I'm running low on keys. I have a lot of steps, thankfully, because I'm probably going to end up working my way all the way back around to the entrance hall. But I also really want to go see what's up with the car. And heading down here would get me closer to the car. I'm going to risk it going the wrong way here. Observatory is bad. That's dead. Plus 10 steps would be nice. I don't know that I need plus 10 steps. The archives would be really bad, but I think I'm going to risk it anyway. And there's a key. Oh, a treasure map. I found a treasure map before, but I didn't have a shovel. Oh, look, I'm heading in that direction anyway. Okay, so that's just rank 5. I don't have a... Okay. So... let's do the following. Let's go up. I don't have any gems. Gymnasium gets me access to a lot of rooms, but I'm going to lose steps every time I go through it. But I'm not going to go through it that many times. I only have 1 key. I would love to find a breaker room. I'm worried that if I cut myself off here, I may be kind of screwed. Right? Because I need like more keys to get up through the Great Hall anyway. So I think I'm going to just do the gymnasium because I need the entrances. Yep, and this is what I get for turning on high. That was really dumb because I could have seen this before I walked through. I just wasted steps for no reason. So now it makes more sense to come through here. Yeah, I'm not effed quite yet. That gets me more steps, not that useful. I can't build that. I guess I'm building this. The dark room, okay. I really need a breaker room. And right now I have literally only one room to try to build it, and it's going to be dark. I may have shafted myself on this run. Okay, what's this room? No, not what I wanted at all, actually. I think I've killed the run. I don't have a key card. I didn't build the breaker room earlier. Okay, so the only thing for me right now is to head back to the entrance and go to the outer room. It's going to cost a lot of steps to get there, but I don't see any other path. There's nothing else that's open. It was probably really dumb of me to cut myself off with the closet there. That was dumb. Dumb. That's okay. I mean, I have enough side objectives that... One nice thing about this game is that I'm really not all that upset. I guess I could go back and see if I could combine... Let's see, I have enough steps. Fuck it. Let's see if I can combine some stuff together up here. Oh. Well, I thought that saw was going to be another item that I wasn't paying attention to. Okay, what else can I combine? How about the metal detector and the magnifying glass? Burning glass? Assemble? Okay. What is this? What does the burning glass do? What is this? Can light candles and ignite fuses? There was dynamite in one place. Boy, this is not safe at all. Can light candles... Why would I want to light candles? I wonder if I can light candles in the dark room or something. Okay, whatever. Exit. Okay, so... That's kind of good, because I'm heading back towards the entrance anyway. So I need to just head down this way. Was there anything else in here to look at? I definitely did find some candles at least once. Can I, like, light some of these? Okay, whatever. Let's go check out the outer room. If I can find the outer room with the dynamite, then I could blow it to smithereens. Alternately, I'll go back through and see if I can't find some candles. There's all these little birdhouses. I wonder if there's any significance to them. Rooms in your house are more likely to contain dig spots. Pointless because I've already built them. Special floor plans, pointless. So we're going to do this. Okay, there's a kind... I think this may have been what I wanted, actually. Yeah, here's the time-locked safe, by the way. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. A measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house. If the reading is 12 or higher, emergency protocol will initiate and all doors will unlock automatically, which would be incredible, but I don't know how to spike the radiation levels. I think I need an item for that. Now, the time lock safe is interesting, too. My understanding of how this works is that if I knew when right now is in the game, then I could unlock the safe. You'll see it says, the shelter's time lock safe can be accessed by setting an unlock date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Once unlocked, the time lock safe will remain open for 4 hours. So the time, there are times on the clock. If I knew the dates, then I could make this work. The hard part is that I don't know what the date is. My best assumption would be November 6th. But, I mean, I'm not sure. Because I'm currently on day... One sec, I'm gonna... Get me out of here. Alright, I'm currently on day 10. So it might be that I'm on like November 15th or something. I'm really just kind of guessing though. This sucks though. I mean, if I can't make something happen here, I can't get through. All three of these are locked by keycard, so I might just be donezo. There must be something in the game that unambiguously tells me what day it is. Like, I know, for example, that all the staff had to be out by November 6th. I know that as of November 4th, a lot of the admin functionality was locked down, but that doesn't confirm when I got here. Also, I don't know what time it is right now. I'd have to... Can I, like, get these jerry cans or something? No. Also, I'd have to see what the actual time is. I'm kind of leaning towards intentionally holding off right now. Like, I can see that it's, you know, approaching. I have to set the time to be an hour in the future. So my guess is that the purpose of that mechanic is that by having to wait for an hour into the future means you can't just trivially guess like, every single time. You'd have to be a lot more exacting about, I know that this is the date and the time, and then I will wait an hour for it to open. So because I don't know, I don't want to brute force it. I did want to see, however, whether that torch was still lit. It is. Cool. So the run is dead, unfortunately. I just noticed a little, like, red lip there. Is that anything? But because I have my burning glass, I wanted to go through and see if I could find some candles and stuff. Can I set the frickin' plants on fire? Oh, wait, I can light these. Right? Right? Because they're candle. Okay, there we go. Oh! The Keeper of Tithes, the chapel's resident guardian, tasked with the sacred duty of oh my god. So I'm not going to break it right now, right? There's no use for me doing that this run, but... Okay, so my money isn't thrown away. I can actually just get it back. Oh, that's cool. God, that is esoteric as hell. I have to combine these items together in order to get access to the piggy bank. That's a dope. Okay, pretty sure. Man, what a shame, because I have the broken lever this run, too. I mean, I got unlucky, but also I don't think I played it very well. Like, I ramped up the number of key card doors before having the breaker available. I also did just kind of get unlucky with some of the rules, though. And now I don't get to see what's in there. What a shame. Is there really nothing I can do? Yep, I don't have a key card. How sad. Kind of wondering whether I could, like, light a candle in here or something. Okay, I think I just have to kill the run. Okay. That's a shame. Game's fun. Garden Villa. If I could figure out what the specific day is, that would be awesome. I think this time I am going to head over to the hidden room first. I mean, it'd suck if I got a blessing that I couldn't activate though, so maybe I should wait until I have like 2 coins and then do it. Seems like the best bet. Corridor, shows to a corridor. Get myself a little more room over there. Billiard room, nook. I'll do a billiard room because that'll get me access probably to more keys. Or if I'm very lucky, maybe even the key card. Can I like drink this beer? 14. That is 6 times 3 is 18. 1 times 1. I'm gonna really put on my math helmet here. It's 1. Oh goodness, okay. 5, 4, and then it's just 4. I'm drafting them during this period of mourning. I wonder why that's there. I haven't really found any utility to that yet. Parlor, get access to some early gems. Okay. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. That's a lie. So one of these two is true. Or at least one is true. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. That's a lie, which means this is true. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box, meaning they're in the black box. Give me my gems. Courtyard seems pretty good here. Let's get that. Yeah, that was a very easy one. Hell yeah, early shovel. And early gems out of nowhere? That's lucky. Excellent. Stolen gems from whatever that heist was that it mentioned. Pebbles. And a coin. Okay. This time I think I'm just going to barrel forward. Observatory, den. Den seems good here. Open up a lot of paths. You know, there's a lot of resources I need, but at least just having more paths available certainly seems like a good bet. A special key doesn't seem like a great idea there. Maybe over here if it's locked? Rumpus room? What the hell is a rumpus room? That does kind of cut off my mid area, but all of them do. So, yeah, I've never been in a rumpus room. Let's see what that's about. Someone left all their cash in the rumpus room, I guess. Okay, so what's in here? Some games, a TV. Insert coin, okay.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara.
Hi, Alzara.
I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
I do.
The image is becoming clear. I see a boy. I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon, a door that is always locked yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Huh. Well, that took some twists and turns. That was an emotional roller coaster. Like, is the beach a metaphor, or is that actually where the 46th room is? The moon door that won't open. What's up with the cats? A black cat tied to a flagpole that doesn't move? I'm thoroughly confused. Commissary might be okay. I could get a shovel from that. I think I already have one, though. Well, let's build a hallway gets me access to more up in that direction. That's probably the play. Nook brings me the wrong way. Commissary brings me the right way. And that would let me buy some stuff, actually. So let's go ahead and do that, actually. I still do need to backtrack. What do you have for me? I have 8 coins. I can buy a sledgehammer, a sleeping mask, running shoes. I'm going to buy running shoes because I've never bought them before. Occasionally save that when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Okay. I mean, cool. I'll take it. I'm going to need to backtrack quite a ways. And the further I go, the further I have to backtrack. So there's nothing. I wonder if I could light these candles later. Let's just head over this way, I guess. Yeah, I'll use a special key there, actually. That's fine. Pretty far up, it makes sense to do. Drawing room doesn't get me more forward, though. I don't love having archives this early, even though it does open up a bunch of paths for me. This one would have me go, but I'm also kind of more interested in getting to the cars, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to burn a gem and make it here. And now see what this is. I want to make it to the garage again. It's locked, son of a bitch. Okay, well, yep, as expected, I now get to backtrack through quite a bit. I don't want to burn my gem. I really want to build a utility closet because that'll get me quite a lot that's useful. But also, I think it makes sense to build this on the east wing and just start working through while I have no money. Oh, this stays open. Okay, that's amazing. You know, that kind of makes sense, actually. Because that would be a pretty freak series of, like, to get that special tool. And then eventually break this open would be kind of a very tall order. Let's go backwards. Let's not go backwards. Gem requirement for a courtyard, which gets me 2 more gems because I upgraded it. Alternately, I get my car keys out of it. I have to build something here. I gotta do it. I really want my car keys back out, but it makes so much more sense to do the courtyard. Excellent. Look at that, double keys. Is this room actually one of the... No, this one actually only has a... This one has poor soil quality. Yeah, I was just thinking that, but no, it's not. This one's poor, actually. That's why I was surprised. Might as well store my keys for now. I've never been in an office before. I really want my gems. But I mean, I've never been in an office before. Alternately, I build the dark room here, which gets me access to more on that side and doesn't cut me off. But this also gets me access to a terminal. I'm gonna do this because it's new. Because it's new. I don't think this would otherwise be the right call. Hello. Hello. Anything else in this room besides the terminal I'll hit up in a second? Oh, hello. Oh, look at these dapper characters. Oh my gosh, there's so much shit here. Okay, I don't have a magnifying glass though, damn. Okay, well this is really good. I can toss this in right here. Right? The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east... There's 2 levers? Ugh. So I found a lever before, and I found the one in the greenhouse, and I found that one on the east side. Okay, so let's, in order. I didn't forget about the drawer, by the way. I'll check on that shortly. Oh, west side. Okay. I'll spread the gold in the estate. I want to insert the disc. Yes. What do I get to upgrade? Okay, that's actually a pretty good upgrade, because right now spare rooms do nothing for me at all. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So I can make it a spare bedroom. So just a spare hall that now doesn't eat my my steps. I'm thinking spare bedroom. The spare hall means that it won't be locked. I'm going to do spare bedroom. That seems pretty useful. Make sure I have plenty of steps. It may get to the point where steps are really no longer a limiting factor for me. Sorry, give me 1 second. Catching up on Discord for just a second. Good streamer checks Discord on stream. Okay. So, let's see what's in here before I check the terminal properly. Oh. The safe. Right, the office in the safe. So this is where the meeting notes are. I'll check on that. And then this. Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be hearings or herrings. But knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. So what the hell does this tell me? Flight of the Queen. 4 of them are red and 1 of them isn't. I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm going to put in the code that I know isn't going to work. 9083. This is not the code. But I gotta try it. Okay. So now let me check the actual terminal. I don't know what's up with that nonsense. Did I read this note? Yes. Okay. Welcome to Mount Holly Home Office. run payroll. After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarter and maid's chamber currently on the estate. I don't have any of those. So, no, it doesn't make sense to run it. Spread gold in estate. The office can facilitate a modest distribution of coins withdrawn from the staff incentives program. These coins are spread, distributed in a number of rooms currently active throughout the estate. Yeah, okay. Function successful. A number of gold coins have been withdrawn from the staff incentives program and spread elsewhere throughout the estates. I am going to log into the network because there might be... I recall something saying that it was like restricted to the office. So it might be that there's something else I can do here. Specifically something that's different than I could do with the other terminals. Like electronic mail, for example. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, this might be the thing that gets me at the actual date. Okay. November 1st, 1993, next week. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. So on November 1st, they mentioned next week. That still doesn't definitively give me a date. Right, because there could be like an off by one error. It's like, how do you define next week? Does it start on a Sunday or a Monday? And it doesn't imply that I get there at the beginning of the next week either. Mailbox. Fuse box repair, October 8th. Okay, so just a little sooner. Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Well, I'm going to write that down, obviously. For a second, I thought that might have had something to do with, like, those VAC buttons. But I think there's 7 of them, not 6. Also, there are no colors. So anyway, let me just write this down. Off. Blue. I'm drawing the little square brackets as well. Green. White. Red. Purple. Okay, mailbox return. What else do we have here? Changes to the estate. This is on October 7th. Dear Herbert, just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, premonition, okay, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. So this tracks with something else I read earlier, that the staff were notified ahead of time about these plans, meaning he knew he was going to die. Okay. DC power. Here we go. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired functionality, let us know when we will fix it on a regular service visit next week. What? So I guess maybe there's 6. I thought there were 7, but there must be 6. The VAC indicator lights installed have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. Okay. I guess I'll jot that down as well. I'm not quite sure what that means, but let's see. The white indicator is only displayed after syncing. I could write faster. Syncing all 6 indicators. A Tors to purple. Okay, well that's something to figure out later then, I guess. Hey, I'm sure there's a deeper meaning to all of this. So that is some useful information. This, I still need to know what the date is. Again, I mentioned this before, but to reiterate, the fact that that time-sensitive safe, you have to put in the date and then wait an hour, to me that strikes me as an anti-brute force mechanism. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley or through this. So I wonder if that means that if I find Hartley's room, because Hartley is also like a servant that I haven't found yet. Maybe I don't think I built servant quarters before. Maybe if I find information about Hartley, that would get me more information about the date. I think that's the answer. And I don't think there was anything else to do. Data transfers from Syncer are not currently available. Okay. Does that mean they might be available in the future? Okay, thanks Windows. That's what I wanted while I was streaming. Thank you. I really needed to know this absolute second that there's an update to my sound switcher thing. Can I like make them online? I guess this makes sense. I guess this means that if I had gone to other terminals, I could access them here. Okay, well, that's something. So there's a safe I don't know how to open. Maybe the VAC lights will give me a clue as to how to do that. There's also this. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. I wonder if it's like a 5-digit code and... You know what? I'll write these down as well. I might as well be thorough. Don't know what the hell this means. Flight of the Queen. March of the Count. March of the Count, Fall of the Lord. Passing of the Barons. Herrings of the Major. I wonder if this game, like, it probably does that thing where it randomizes certain, like, common elements among instances of the game. Like, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes comes to mind, where there are certain puzzles where even if you, like, had played through the game before or following a guide or something, it's like, you're still going to have to solve this yourself, or at least go through the steps, because the specific code changes depending on your game, you know what I mean? So, like, the mechanism by which you solve it doesn't change, but the specific details can. So this one is black. And the other ones are red. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It gives you that whole spectrum, nothing indicating that it has to be November. I mean, it's clever design, you know. It forces people to actually play your puzzle game. I mean, you can't stop someone if they just want to go online and look up a guide, right? But you can make it more likely that they actually play. Okay. Well, that's good. God, there's so many puzzles to figure out. Now I will use a key. Primarily since I have 2 locksmith key. I can't build either of these, so I'm building a closet. Adds locker room, sauna, and dump room to today's draft pool. That's cool. I didn't actually know it did that, but I can only build this. That sucks, actually, because that cuts off quite a lot. Maybe I need to start prioritizing gems more. There's a reroll and the silver key. Okay, well, working my way back. What? Where? Those fools, they left money just lying around. Do I want to use a special key for this? No, I think just a normal key. I kind of want something that goes straight through, so I'm going to redraw. Wine cellar? I mean, I don't want to go into the wine cellar. I want the security room. So that I can get through and access more stuff down there. I don't know, man, though. I'm going to kind of want to go back to the start anyway. And I really want 3 gems, so... And the wine cellar's a new thing, so let's go get it. MCC, this is... I'm trying to remember my Roman numerals. But what else is in here? Oh, coin. I wonder if there's a puzzle here. When I was playing Lorelei, I knew what these were back in November. I'm going to assume that doesn't really matter because the game hasn't taught me Roman numerals. I mean, it might just be... There's not always something secret in these rooms, you know, but... I don't know, I could see one of these being a secret switch or something. I'm not immediately seeing anything that jumps out as being obvious. You know, maybe some of these cubbies could vaguely correspond to the ranks, but I'm not seeing anything. I think it's just gems. Okay. So with that out of the way, yeah, eat my coin. I'm going to start working my way back. What? Oh. Thank you. So getting over there, I think I needed some gems or something. Let's go ahead and do that. I still have an okay number of steps. Yeah, we'll use a special key here. The Great Hall with... I don't have really any keys for this, so this seems like a bad idea. The cloister seems like a bad idea too, because I really want to make the garage. And I think I need a gem for that. I'm definitely not doing the weight room here, so let's... The Great Hall is going to require keys. I don't really have keys. I hope that wasn't a mistake. Chamber of Mirrors? You can now draft second copies of rooms you already have in your house. That's cool. I don't think... That is really cool. I don't know that that's the play, but I'm also really curious to see what it is, though. Like, the passageway only drops 2 and it gets me access to a lot more. I think I'm going to do the passageway, even though I haven't seen Chamber of Mirrors. I'm still going to do passageway. It just makes more sense. What am I... Because I'm going to want to work my way back to the start as well. Maybe I should just go ahead and do that now. Before I eat too many steps up here. I am going to do that. I'm never quite sure when to make the trek. The observatory gets me in the right direction. That'd be really good. Breaker room would be very useful. Do I have access to security? Not yet. Mail room. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. But I also don't want to cut it off. So that's another new room that I will... No, but I also want the gem. You know what? I can cut this off, actually. Would I rather have a mail room or the utility closet? Mail room because it's new. That's why. I like to prioritize new rooms the first time I'm here, just to see what's up with them, you know? So what else is here? Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravain to sender, as he's no longer employed with our staff. I don't have my magnifying glass. Can I... Sorry, I'm going to be leaning away from my mic as I read this. I'm not gonna bother. Maybe I could read that if I squint real hard. I'm gonna ignore it. Oh, hello. Here's a thing. And here's a treasure map. Where's my treasure map? Excellent. That's kind of where I'm going anyway. Do I have a shovel this run? Yes. I'll read that in a sec. Oh, and here's the lock boxes. Before, I actually had 2 different keys to get into these lock boxes. That could be very useful in the future. There will be a package here tomorrow. Hello. Oh, this is me, Simon P. Jones, Mount Holly Estate, Fen Aries 6300. Dad? Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him, so do both of us a favor, be excited. Oh, that's nice. The house is really amazing. Really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing derivative blocks. I'm going to assume that this information is not relevant to a puzzle because although there are some specific pieces of information like, 6, 7, 8, 9 or whatever, like there's too many specific numbers for it to very obviously matter, I think. Also, I mean, it's 6, 7, 8, 9. If that was like the code for the safe or something, that'd be pretty boring. And right now there's no reasonable indication that this would link to the safe beyond it being a 4-digit number, so I'm going to ignore it for now. Were there any other things up here? Okay. So now what's up with this? So I'd love to come back here with a magnifying glass. This is what I wanted to see. Okay. Utility room, fuse box, etc. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail, which I now already have, actually. Okay. Can I, move this? Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator. Activate purple. Wait a minute. Okay. Press any button above to activate blue. So I press any of them, and that activates blue. Yeah, I'm a little surprised they don't give you that. Loreline, the laser eyes, you have, in-game, they describe it as a photogenic memory, which basically just means you can access all your old stuff. It's still kind of tedious. It could have used some quality of life improvements in that regard. But yeah, you didn't have to meticulously write stuff down, although it was still useful to write some stuff down. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. You know what? I've probably never clicked them multiple times. That's the problem. I probably never clicked them multiple times. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th, and I know from the detailed instructions that the correct order is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. The white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. So I'm going to jot down these notes too. So we have 6 of them, so let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a little annoying too because it involves colors, so I have to kind of awkwardly, write down what the colors are. It's like I'm just using a pencil. Say press any button to activate blue. I'm gonna kind of put that press any button activate blue. Next we have press a blue indicator. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator. Next, because I just played Tomba, I know all about red and blue. Next to a red indicator. Red indicator to activate purple. Last one, 5 purple indicators. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. That's interesting as well, because in the little diagram, the last one is actually purple. Okay, so I think that's enough information. If I can find a break room, I can play with that. There's this thing, which, by the way, it said that red memos are lies unless handwritten, and this is pretty obviously handwritten. I think the fact that it's on a notepad is meant to really drive home that it's handwritten. And I guess it's fine that I don't have the magnifying glass, because I'm gonna want to come back here anyway to get the package. Okay. So, with all that out of the way, I am gonna head back towards the entrance and go see what's in the outer room this time. And also go ahead and open this up while I'm here. A secret passage. I still want the gem, though. Bedroom is pointless there. Pantry gets me some money. I have a lot of money. Maybe this will be a money run. But the secret passage leading to a room of my choice, I can do that and maybe give myself a green room and hope for more gems. Also, I need coat check to get the car keys anyway. If I can get a purple room, red room, etc. I think it makes... I want a green room. Give me a green room. Give me money. And I'm rich this run. Okay, I mean, that's not ideal. But I'll take an aquarium. It's kind of cool. I'm not used to having an aquarium this early. Kind of interesting. Interesting that the metal detector retroactively causes stuff to spawn. This is drained still, right? Yeah. I'm really, really glad the game makes some of that stuff permanent. I think it would not be unreasonable. Oh, here's the running shoes. So I guess when I'm on the outside here, I'm not going to burn steps. Anyway, to finish my thought, it would not be totally unreasonable to force you to complete a series of steps on one run, but it's like, it's hard enough to have all the, you know, the planets align to do something like drain the fountain. It'd be really frustrating to have to try to do that again. Tool shed, special items, special floor plans. This is, I think, what I want, because I'm really low on gems. I'm going to build this. Also, I've never been inside the hovel, so we'll see what that's about. Oh, hell yeah. I wonder if the hovel always has this. Probably not. It's probably different items. Okay, Okay, so I saw the note. I'm just checking around for a second. Okay. There's number 2. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the note. Notice of termination. Oh, Mr. Ravane. This is the second time I've seen this, saying he's no longer with us. Okay. Dear Mr. Ravane, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds has been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that your services as the groundskeeper at Mount Holly will no longer be required effective immediately. That tracks because the other person replaced the old groundskeeper. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observations and documented instances of neglect in the performance of your duties. The state of the green rooms in particular has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which reflects poorly on the rest of the staff. You are to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the estate are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service and wish you the best in your future endeavors. I don't know to what extent a lot of these details are relevant. I feel like it might just be, at least some of it might just be world building. Or to say, okay, well, now I don't need gems anymore. I just need steps. And I have not a huge number of steps, but enough. And the running shoes help a lot here. Definitely seeing the value of the running shoes. So from here, I could build out some of these, see if I can't get some bedrooms and stuff, and then I can head back and continue on. So I'm going to do that. So the bedroom here is not going to be all that useful. Getting gems also just not all that useful anymore in this particular run. I think I'd rather just build a hallway and get access to more. Give me a breaker or something. I want more keys. I have plenty of money. Bedrooms like this are nice, but it doesn't actually help me because, you know, it takes 1 to walk in, you gain 2, and then lose 1 and you walk out. So a bedroom is basically a free traversal. But right now I need actual stuff. Yeah, and having... I guess I could do this because I could find something else in the courtyard, but I'd rather not burn the steps. I'd rather just get the hallway here. Yes. So with this, first of all, we'll do this in the garage. So this is what I want to see now. And we'll turn off the keycard system. Okay, so I just never clicked it multiple times. I see. Okay, so I kind of intentionally ruined it there. So what am I doing here? So they start off like this. When they're all green, you can start making them blue. When you have a red, like that turns to green. So this forms a purple. Wait a minute. That's that clicking. Grabbing my notes here. Press a blue next to red. Okay, so it's the other way around. So like this would form a purple. I see. It says 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. So my goal right now is to get 5 purples in the first 5 here. So for example, I could do... Let me do this. Let's make this one... red and make that purple. No, I fucked it up. Let me think this through. So that one's red. I click this, and it makes that purple. So I want this one to be red. It says 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Okay. So that gets me a purple in the last slot. Now my goal is off, blue, green, white, purple. And how do you get white? Press any button to activate blue. When they're all starting green anyway. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. And there's a thing about what the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. So that means that if I click this one, it's now white. God, I fucking love this puzzle. This is badass. So now I need this one to be off. I need this one to be blue. I need this one to be green. And I need this one to be red. Uh-oh, I fucked up. Actually, I didn't fuck up. Oh my god. I'm pretty proud of that. I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. This is a half room, so what's in the back half of the room? What does this do for me? Oh my god, I'm opening the thing. Let's go. God, that endorphin rush. It's the gem mines. The gemstone cavern has been permanently unlocked. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2. This is so fucking well designed, right? It feels really good to solve the puzzle by itself, pulling together like multiple sources of information. They tee it up early because you're likely to build a breaker room relatively early in the run, right? And then for a long time you're thinking, what the fuck is up with these VAC indicators? Eventually you figure it out. You not only get the satisfaction of solving it, but you get the permanent upgrade, which feels even better, and it reduces tedium, which is really important because a common problem in a lot of games, not just some puzzle games, but a lot of games, is it's fun for like the first like 60% while you're going through it and discovering a lot of stuff for the first time, and then it gets more and more tedious because you have to trudge through a lot to get to the end game. So by giving these permanent upgrades, on top of the basic satisfaction of cool, I'm now more powerful than I was before, like it also just helps reduce tedium, which means you can focus more on the late game puzzles. And like starting with 2 gems is not trivial. Like 2 gems is kind of a lot actually. Okay, so let me build out some more rooms here. The observatory probably makes sense here. I don't love eating through all those steps, but we'll see. I actually don't need diamonds right now. Whatever. Maybe I should have saved my steps. I would love a bedroom here. Cool. This is going to do nothing for me, though, unfortunately, and I don't want to burn... But I could buy a lot of keys for this, but I don't know that I have enough steps remaining. Because this is useless. This would be useful if I had a nursery, but I don't really want to burn 2 steps. I'm just going to do this. I'd rather have the steps. Maybe I'll live to regret that decision. But let's just save it. Okay, so now I can work my way back around. I have a lot of money, but like it would have cost me 3 steps to make the locksmith room. And then 2 more steps to go in and out of it. So that's 5 steps for some keys. And steps are pretty low already. So let's go to the den and start working my way this way. Here's the garage that I want. Unfortunately, I also need the car keys, so I'm not going to go in there yet. I need to build a coat check. And steps are at a minimum right now. Shit, I need more steps. Oh, I can buy something else, though. Sledgehammer. I mean, I might as well buy everything, right? I'm super rich. The first time you enter each bedroom, gain 5. Okay, good. So now if I can build some bedrooms, I'll be okay. If I could get to rank 8, I could get some more steps. So I guess that probably makes more sense to build the dining room closer to the end. Also, I want to go back to the office to read that fine print. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to risk it. I guess it's not a... That's kind of a risk. Okay, so let's read... Was it not in the office? Am I a dumbass? Oh my god, it wasn't in the office. It was in the... Where was it? It was in the mail room. Oh my god. Okay, I just burned through like 6 steps for no reason. Oh my god. I may have just killed my run because of that. That's really, really stupid, that thing I just did. I need to build some bedrooms. Go up first. Let's not go up first. Servant quarters. So that's good, but that also cuts me up. Like, I need the steps. If I walked into here, that would get me more steps, but with the sleep mask, but I'm not going to be able to get there. Security means that I could get through this door, which is something. I think I have to do that. So we'll do security. And I will now use this to power down the security system. So, keycard system, offline mode is unlocked. And I will now change the security level to be high, I think. I think I remembered to turn it off. I hope I did. One more thing to check while I'm here would be to log into admin one more time. I want to see if I can like remote terminal to the other ones. Oops. Okay, so that's cool. So you can now connect to them remotely. I don't know how useful that is, but I can do it. Man, I need some bedrooms. With that, I can go here, and I can go here now. Okay, it has to be a bedroom. I'll walk into this bedroom and get some steps back. Yep, +5, good. Hello? Coin purse. Each time you collect 3, earn an additional. Well, that's cool. I mean, not that useful right now. I spent all my money. What items do I even have? I have a lot of items. I would love to find like a combiner thing. I have the garage, but I don't have frickin' access. God, I wish I hadn't wasted my 6 additional steps. So I could buy this, but that does nothing for me. These ones get me access to more areas, and they cost steps, so I have to pretty much do this. This is kind of useless with the diamonds. I don't need diamonds anymore. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room. Let's do that to see if I can't at least pick a new room, but here I could maybe dig some stuff up, but what am I going to dig up that matters? Nothing, really. Let me do this just to see if I can't get access to some new rooms or something. Like, I got access to the garage, and I did also confirm that the garage is always here. Oh, hey, a keycard. Not that that matters right now, but still. But look how many freaking items I have. I'm swimming in items. Okay. Servant quarters freezes your accounts. Gold and money will not reset at the end of the day, and it cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. So this... No, this is pointless. This eats 3 steps to get me a total of 5 back, so I'm not going to get much more, and it cuts me off. The pantry at least keeps it going. Freezing the accounts is not useful. I'm going to start next run with 2 anyway. So I guess we go pantry just to keep it going. I'm really kind of just... I should remember that the pantry gets you some steps back. Usually. It seems very unlikely that I'm going to be able to do the car key thing today. I would have to spawn a coat check room and make it all the way back. And I think I'm fucked. Anyway. What do I have? 5 steps left. I can't make it back to the mailer room. I don't think. Yeah, there's a step. I can go through here to keep those going. Oh, I messed up anyway. I guess it doesn't matter. Coming into the bedroom is a wash. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it back to the mailroom today. Shame. Yeah, okay, this one's dead. How's that? Can I buy anything else? No. Here's my rumpus room. And dead. Okay, I mean, I still discovered some new rooms. I still got some new information. I didn't get to read the fine print on that thing in the mailroom, which is kind of fine because sizable in. It is sizable, isn't? Oh, look at that. It's symmetric. I didn't even intend that. That's kind of cool. Day 12. I wasn't sure how long this game is going to be going into it, which is not me stating that I had any particular expectation, but I'm really damn hungry. Maybe I'll do like one more run. Fuck it, I want to see what's in the mailroom right at the start. Package delivered. Packing slip, the Cinca Company. Date packed 11/5 by K. Thompson, Department 604, etc. Items included amateur lockpick brass compass. Cool. Wait a minute. I know what the date is. Right? It was shipped on 11/5. Wait a minute, these dates don't make sense. It's saying it was packed on November 5th. That means that today's November 6th. That doesn't track with anything in the game. I've been here for 12 days, and all the staff were ordered to be out by November 6th, which is today? What? That doesn't make any sense at all, unless this is meant to indicate like some temporal space shit. No, this... Okay, I'm very confused. This should be useful information, but it's wrong. The date can't be November 6th. I've been here for 12 days, and all the staff were ordered to leave by November 6th. I'm seeing a lot of numbers on here, including like a red 5254, which I'm going to ignore for now. No claims for shortage will be allowed unless this packing slip is returned to us with details within 8 business days. Yeah, I don't know if this is like an oversight by the devs or something. Like, this can't be right. I'm going to ignore it for now. I may come to regret that decision, because like that might be a very useful information to confirm what day it is. But like I said, it can't be that day. I mean, I guess if I am to assume that it is November 6th right now, you know what? I'm going to go test right now. Maybe I get lucky and find a fallout shelter. So it is right now 8:25 in the morning. Okay, I don't get to go to the fallout shelter anyway. Trading post, tool shed, adds 8 classrooms. Because this is new, I will try it. So something else I should remember. I really shouldn't be doing this so early in the run. Herbie. That's short for Herbert. Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility. And meager as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spent our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant. Is just reluct a word? To see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host today, for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add, forced me to give this speech, so I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for the following in your father's footsteps to build Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears his children, the children running through his halls. Jeez. Okay. Oh, I see. This is like someone typing out what their speech is going to be. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students, many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace, and yet what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all. Man, my voice is like altering here. I'm really hungry. Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end. Remember to give Miss Peterson her present. What is Mrs. Peterson's present? Oh, shit. I was expecting, I guess maybe I kind of interpreted these a little bit wrong. Like, I was thinking that all 4 of them would be like some deep endgame challenge, but like, really, what did I have to do to get into that garden? I just had to take a magnifying glass to a picture. That's it. So it kind of makes sense that these are on the same level as that. Okay, well, now I have classrooms. I don't know what I'm going to find in those classrooms, but still. You know, I never actually did turn around and go to the mines that are over there. See what's in there. I'm going to do that now. This will take a step to go through the gate. Yep. Just some scattered thoughts as I'm running here. I still don't know why this game is called Blueprints. I'm sure that one day I will figure it out. Is this going to cost a step to go into here? Yep. Gemstone Cavern, the grounds. Oh shit. Glad I came over here. So what does this do for me? Cool. Okay, badass. Is there anything else in here besides that notes? Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion at least for now. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now, there is still 1 more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. Have I been to the reservoir? I'm not sure. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. Let's see. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels. 2 of them were too worn down to use. There's 1 more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. And it blocks the passage. Okay, so there's other ways into the reservoir. So if I find, I guess, the reservoir being blocked by a minecart, I will know that there's another way in. I feel like I got pretty lucky in unlocking this elevator thing. Like, there's a number of rooms I feel like I haven't explored yet. Just burning through all my steps on the outside here. So what in the world is this? Is this what's going to get me down there? I'm not locked up in the mansion. I can leave. I really do hope I get to go over there. I'm very curious. The Precipice Underground? Scripps and Rutherford Mining Company, Foreman's Log 3, date 1915? Man, this goes back a ways. As our client Thomas Sinclair suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. This site is either much older than we'd first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. And this is from frickin' 1915? I wonder if I'm meant to come down here later with some items. Something to, like, light them. Like, what the fuck is this? I keep looking at my steps, by the way. I'm not sure what's going to deplete them. Oh god, the chess pieces. Oh god, the chess pieces. I have been seeing chess pieces throughout the whole thing. Oh my god. So, oh my god. So there's one of all these unique pieces. Pawn, knight, bishop, rook, king, queen. And this obviously corresponds to the mansion. So I have seen these chess pieces. I'm going to have to pay more attention to them. I've seen pawns a lot. I haven't seen as much of the other pieces. So I have a few thoughts here. It might be that I have to build a mansion and find all of these in it and then come back down here and sync it up. Or it might be that there is a consistency to it. Like maybe you always find, you know, in kind of the random decorations in each room, maybe it's that like you always find, you know, the queen in the same room or something. So that'll be something to keep in mind for later. Hi, Pixel. I am really glad that I get to go down here. Like, I spied these distant little cave window things at the very beginning of the game. And for me, it's, you know, obviously in every game you wish you could explore a lot of different places, but it's kind of like, it'd be weird to put this stuff down here if you couldn't get there. Right, that would be very strange. Okay, we have some kind of door there. Okay, so this is not going to immediately get... Maybe I get down there later. Foreman's copy, do not remove from sight. Okay, so this part's cut off. Professor R. Willard, Fen Aries, Robert, 1905. This is 10 years even before that 1915 letter. Okay. Again, that part's torn off. First era, natural resulting creations, a customs record. Might not be understood, but okay. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They have been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today when we use the term sigil, we are referring specifically to realm sigils, those crude, circular marks of designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. Okay. This book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of the realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless, burning tree seen in geometric lines, and what does that tell us of the kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells a story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigils have special meaning. Okay. The sigil. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the dividing lines, rays, the moats, and the border. Okay. Man, I have a headache and I'm super hungry. I think I'll finish this up and then maybe call the stream there, instead of finishing the whole day. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape different from each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step in deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. So this is cut off. I wonder if I can like find the other parts of the pages here. Now, that's interesting though, right? See, this is Orinda. That's one of the names that I'm already aware of. This one is, I don't recognize these names, but I think these are going to end up being associated with those, like, 7 maiden-looking creatures or something. I should probably write this down, too. Even though I don't know the full story here, I can write down some of it, so I have a little price tag-looking thing. Which is Orinda. And then we have a pentagon, which is just FE. I don't think I have a name yet that starts with FE. We have an hourglass looking symbol, which is E, then R, I think. Yeah. We have a downward arrow. Nice they made these symbols nice and recognizable. C-O-R, I think. Okay, and then this mountain-looking thing. AR. Alright. The rays from the core splitting the sigil. From one sigil to another, the different style, etc. Yeah, there's counting that. I'm not going to read too much into that right now because there's just so much that's missing. Here we go. Wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. The scorched air and blazing sun. I still don't know what the hell this is going to apply to anyway. The scorched air and blazing sun causes the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. Maybe that has to do with the furnace. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. For more extreme stormy weather, a jagged lightning-shaped ray is used. A ray dotted with falling circles is used for colder realms in which snow is a common occurrence. Windy weather is displayed on sigils by the use of bent, curved lines, rays buckling under the highlands. Let me jot those down too. We have a little squiggler, which is heat. We have the 3 straight lines, which is rainy. Rainy. We have the jagged line, which is stormy. By the way, just a scattered thought. I'm thinking back to the start of the game where the guy said something like, initially, even reaching the antechamber may be difficult, which to me implies that, like, reaching the antechamber is just, like, step 1. And maybe I'll get to a point where I'm, like, consistently reaching the antechamber. Snow, and then the big curvy line is windy. Fucking windy in here. Oh my god, I'm really hungry. I don't want to write all this down. It really should. I mean, I could just take screenshots, obviously, but it really should make this available to me in like a log or something. It's a little annoying to force me to physically write this down. On each sigil, floating between the rays are small figures called motes. From the shape and style of the motes used on a sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed, if they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. Okay, I mean, I'll write these down too. We have an asterisk, which is tribal. Primitive realm, hunter and gatherers. We have sort of like a little coin-looking thing with some dots on it. Agricultural. A harvest and farming-based society and culture. We have that little symbol there. Which is martial. Militaristic, generation spanning, okay, metropolis. Looks a bit like a simplistic puzzle piece. So that's metropolitan. God, imagine how screwed I'd be if I wasn't writing this down. Academic is just the 3 lines. Large city-state with a dense urban and populous center, a center for knowledge advanced in various scholarly pursuits. These realms are home to many schools, universities, and libraries. Industrial. Spiritual. With the X and the dots in it. Let's see, engineering-driven culture with a focus on manufacturing, invention, and production, an elevated reverence for nature, animals, and the forces that guide us, and then finally a flower. Is poetic. strong focus on the advancement of the arts, writing, music, and language. You know, I agree, and I mentioned before how I think it's probably likely that this game has the specific answers to puzzles be randomly generated within a pool of, you know, possible answers. And so it's like, based on that RNG, if I'm right, any of these things may end up being relevant. I just wish that they could... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess one way to do it would be if you could just literally read back any piece of text that you've read. Which in this game might not be ideal because also there's a lot of value in hitting rooms again with specific items and stuff. I don't know. Again, I could just take screenshots myself. Nothing's stopping me. Mainly it's that this is not the only game that falls prey to this. I'm generally not a fan of this kind of force you to physically write stuff down because it just takes a long time. Right? Which is not... I don't know. I'm streaming this. I'm streaming primarily just because I like talking through as I'm playing, and I like to have a recording of it and everything. But also, like, it does kind of grind the pace to a crawl. Like, it's fine. It's part of the game, right? You're vibing out to the puzzles, but, like, you know, you could just kind of put this information. I don't know. I feel like there's a better solution. Around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. These borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Is there anything after this? Yes. Interesting, okay. I'll draw that in a second. Putting it all together, by studying the core, rays, motes, and border of a sigil, you should now be able to unlock the meaning behind what had previously been an undecipherable enigma. And maybe it's this, right? Maybe it's like, okay, something banners... Marshall Fog. I see that Marshall is one of the things. I guess fog would maybe be like stormy. I don't know. Let me at least write these down. So we have the kind of border with dots. And that's black. I mean, I always think of Outer Wilds. Where Outer Wilds, in my opinion, does a really excellent job with its ship log of recording salient information. And it does do what you described. It does, you know, implicitly spoil which things are important and which aren't, but because there are hundreds of important things, I don't really view that as much of a problem compared to the benefits. In the same way that in this game, if you just allowed me to read back every single thing that I've found before, I don't know, it's tricky. I could see multiple arguments there. I think I'm also a little annoyed because drawing these things, it's not like it's hard, but like it's not super trivial either, which again just means it takes a little while for me to actually sit down and like draw all of this, right? Now it may also be the case that not all of this is relevant, right? But like that's the problem. On a first playthrough, I don't know what's relevant. So it makes sense for me to write down a lot of this. Okay, so some triangles there. Orange. Okay, so then we have... what are those, like squiggles? That's red. Okay, 3 more. Yeah, like I'm having to be pretty careful with my drawing here. Make sure that I can like easily distinguish later which one's which. I like the music though, it's nice and spooky. Yellow. Okay, almost done, almost done. You know what it is that a lot of the rest of the game has been active puzzle solving. Like, as I'm building rooms and kind of thinking things through, I'm kind of always... how to phrase it? I remember a while back, I don't remember what game it was about, but I heard this kind of analysis of puzzle games or games with puzzle-like mechanics where it's like some games have a bigger or smaller gap between the solution and the execution of the solution. So, like, for example, that parlor where you have the 3 boxes, right? It takes a little bit of time to solve it, but once you solve it, you execute that solution instantly. You open the box and you're either right or wrong. Another good example would be something like Baba Is You, where some of the puzzles have a sort of more complex setup, but for a lot of the puzzles, you might stare at that puzzle for an hour, but then when you solve it, it takes you 20 seconds to actually complete the stage, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you can test your theories quickly. And so maybe one reason something like this bothers me is that number one, I'm not actually solving puzzles. I'm just writing down shit that may or may not be relevant. I mean, it has to be relevant, right? Like, why would they put this reward that I got for opening 4 things down at the end of this hallway in this super creepy music book thing? Clearly this is important information, but I'm just kind of writing it all down blindly, which is going to end up wasting a lot of time because probably only a tiny subset of that is going to be relevant. And it's fine that only a tiny subset is relevant, but that's where just having some kind of screenshot functionality or something, I don't know, your character takes notes or whatever, would help, because then you've cut out all the tedium of me manually writing it down. Speaking of which, I should write this down too. Let's write down red and kind of strike that through. Banners. Marshall Fog. Right, and as I was saying, probably what's happening is that the specific solution is pulled from a pool of possibilities, which is why you have all of these, right? You could you could do some math to figure out the combinations once you understand what the puzzle is, and figure out how many possible solutions this gives you, so that it's unlikely. I mean, across the entire player base, people will have shared solutions, but individually, you have to actually solve the puzzle. Whatever, I'm being a broken record. I'm just not a fan of it. To me, that felt like a distraction from the game. I'm like, oh my god, pull out my fucking notebook, try to draw while my kitty cat's flicking his tail at me and hitting the pencil. Also that I can use a tiny fraction of that knowledge. Like, it feels wasteful to me in a game that otherwise is very elegantly put together. Yeah, that's a problem too. You end up wanting to write down a lot because you might forget it. Which, I mean, some of these are just sort of intractable problems. It's kind of like, at some point, it's like, yeah, you're playing a puzzle game. The whole point is that you need to have puzzles whose solutions are not obvious. If the solutions were obvious and easy, it would be a really bad puzzle game. So it is a tricky balance between providing convenience and forcing the player to jump through hoops. I guess the difference for me is that figuring out how to apply those symbols to me is the puzzle, or what is probably going to end up being the puzzle. Physically writing them down is just boring, busy work. I've been in there, by the way, and I didn't find anything. I guess it's been a long time since I've been here. Man, I can feel my brain slowing down. I really need to end stream soon and get some food. Oh, I wonder if I can light these torches once I get that, whatever the name of that combination device was from before. I don't know that turning on the torches here would help me at all, but they certainly look lightable, so that's something to keep in mind. Now, something I'm curious about, can I, like, I can probably save and quit. Tomorrow you will awake to find the room to the estate as well as your current inventory. Okay. Well, I don't want the room to be reset, so fuck it. I'll continue. Well, I'm still right at the beginning. I don't know how much I care about this specific day. But also, I don't know if days will eventually start mattering. Like, I know the commissary talked about days, 20 to whatever. So I don't know that I want to throw away one of these days. Or maybe it's that I restart day 12 again. But that would be cheesable if you could just quit the game and restart. So it would make sense to push it to day 13. But also, I've been live for nearly 5 hours. So, is there really no way to just pause? No, I don't want to call it a day. I just want to save the current state. Can you really not save the current state? I really don't want to just call a day without having finished it. Fuck it, let's go. I would rather suffer through this stupid headache and just make some progress here and then come back later. I'm not asking for save scumming. Just let me pause the current state of the run as it currently is and then redo it later. That doesn't seem save scummable to me. That's very surprising that there isn't just a legitimate pause option, because these days can get kind of long. Library, discover less common floor plans while drafting. Yeah, let's go ahead and make that. That seems interesting. Whatever, I'll struggle through and I'll just be a curmudgeon while I'm hungry and angry and have a headache, and then I'll finish out the day and then I'll be done. Additional reading. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about it, press R. I can press tab for that or R for that. Cool. Key, and what's this? Now, Mount Holly Library book request form. Oh, I remember this. Books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Please select one. I was kind of hoping that one of these names would be one of those books that was requested, but none of them are in here. Those 5 that were present in the office. Drafting Strategy EPCW Pump System User Manual, History of Orindia. I wrote down Orinda. I probably wrote it down wrong. So I think maybe I should do Swimbird, because that's... Let's do this. I'm going to do Swimbird because that was mentioned in the archives. So yes, I want this. Understands new requests cannot be made on days in which a previously requested book or periodical has been pulled. Okay, so if I do this, it will just be here next time. Next time I craft a library. Nothing in these. I guess, presumably, that's where the books will be. I was kind of glancing at the walls to see if I could find, like, a... Kind of cool that I can go up the spiral staircase. I don't think any of these books are going to be interactive. Mount Holly records, total time 8 hours, 5 minutes. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. These days get pretty long. Okay. So what else am I looking at here? I'm not immediately seeing anything too obvious. Mount Holly scrapbook. The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. So that's recent. That, like, just happened. Right, my first claim ticket, first item checked key card. Is this just like a meta room or something? If they could save the day you're currently on, you could find the safe. Yeah, you could, but that's a different kind of save scumming. The moment you start doing file system shenanigans, I think you as a developer are no longer responsible, in the same way that if someone wants to decompile their game and make modifications, your design is now thrown out the window. The moment someone's editing your game, the moment they're intentionally going into the file system to copy stuff around, like, you are no longer responsible for the quality of their experience. This is interesting. So I guess this is just like some statistics on my playthrough. Okay, fair enough. I'm kind of glad it's not a lot of reading, to be honest. This headache really is splitting, and God, I hate headaches. Headaches fucking suck. Okay. Okay, let's just carry on. Drafting studio. Select a new floor plan to permanently add it to your estate's draft pool. That seems like a really good thing to get. I mean, I'm always curious to get more of that, but I gotta check out the drafting studio. Okay. Here we go. This is what I needed to know. So now definitely it is... Who wrote day one, though? Because I didn't write this. Did Herbert write this? I'm going to cross these out and say November 7th. So that does confirm what I said before. What the hell was up with the packing slip saying that it was packed on November 5th? It wasn't. It was packed on, like, November something. Something greater than 6th. Okay. If this is the case, I'm a little disappointed that you just find a calendar that just tells you. I shouldn't be too judgmental, though. I'm hangry. I'm hangry, and I know that about myself. But also, to me, it would have been a lot more satisfying solution to be like, I ordered something from the mailroom. It arrived the next day, so that unequivocally tells me the date, except it doesn't. I don't know. Anyway. What else can I find here? So this is now true, because it's a blue note. The Great Hall partitioning plan for Wednesday, November 18th. Is that the date today in the game, anyway? It is, I think. Yeah, so it starts on November 7th, day 12, so here we go. Oh my god, I don't want to read all this. Okay, so what is this now? Maybe I should have read the other thing first. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add it to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day, okay? Potential new floor plan. Select a floor plan above for more information. Dovecote? Whenever you draw a dovecote while drafting, you may rotate floor plans. Interesting. Okay, solarium. You are more likely to draw unusual and rare rooms while drafting, or a vestibule. Whenever you enter vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock, and the 4th one becomes locked. I'm intrigued. Okay, so it says I can select them for more information. A towering loft serving home to many of the feathered locals of Mount Holly. As a devout birdwatcher and amateur ornithologist, Mary had petitioned her uncle for years for this to be built on the estate. Okay, so that's interesting. What about the next plan? A quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. I wonder if I can eventually get all of these. So this also doesn't have a drafting cost. So like whenever you draw this, you can rotate. That seems very powerful. This could be good. This does also cost a bunch of gems. An ornately framed yet moderately sized hall. It had served as the original antechamber in the old days before eventually being removed from the estate for having doors that were prone to becoming stuck. Whenever you enter it, 3 of the doors unlock, and the 4th one becomes locked. And that's every time you enter it. So that seems interesting, but also potentially like something that could screw you over. I think I'm gonna go with the dove. That seems interesting. Okay, cool. Now I have that added to my draft pool. I know that I started on the 7th, and I guess this further just the Great Hall partitioning plan. Oh, I see. So the Great Hall is the one with 7 doors. So with this, I can actually just see that if I find myself in the Great Hall, that 2 of the rooms are going to have nothing. And I can see that 2 of the ones in the back do. Drafting strategy. This was, I think, one of the ones I could have ordered in the library, actually. Oh god. I want to read this. I don't know that I have the energy to read this right now. I'm really quite frustrated. by this game's save system. I don't want to throw away the day. Not because I care about this day in particular, but because I don't know whether like the day that I'm on matters or whether I'll reach a point like maybe I can only go 30 days or something like that. I have no idea whether that's true, of course, but I really don't want to throw away the day. I guess I'll probably end up coming back to this room, so for the sake of my brain, I'm going to not read this right now. And I will just read it later. I don't love that solution. I don't like leaving information behind, but for now, I'm going to ignore that. I should probably draft the classroom just because it's new here. While drafting in Classroom, you may draw new floor plans one time for each classroom in your house. I assume that's what that symbol means, like a classroom. And I am on, well, I'm not on the east side, actually. I'm kind of cutting off east access here, which I don't love. I think it maybe makes more sense to do a chapel. Get access to more stuff on the outside here. I don't need the piggy bank. Kind of nice if there's a free gem here. I do not need to break the piggy bank. Let's head this way. Office. I could actually build this early. But I don't know that there's anything I care about in the office. I don't know how to get into the safe yet, so that's not all that useful. I'm going to do... I guess I don't necessarily want to cut off these squares, but maybe it's fine. I could do a billiard room, and that lets me go up further, which is maybe a good play. Alternately, just get some closets, and then I still have access to go up here. Let's do that. And honestly, if I accidentally brick myself, that's fine, because it means I can be done sooner. Alright, excellent. So now I don't need to worry about key cards. Okay, let's head up. A spare bedroom. That's going to get me up. I don't like building these super long, just kind of straight hallways, though. Maybe I shouldn't worry about that too much. I don't have any money, so the commissary seems like a poor idea. Hallway gets me access to more. So let's do the hallway. Okay. Can't use the lockpicking kits. That's right, I kind of want to spend time on the outside anyway, because I can get more green rooms. And this would get me a bunch of gems, which could be pretty useful, and it has me pointing up. I'm low on keys. But it spreads those in each green room, but I don't have any green rooms. I guess maybe that means that as I build them, or I think it only spreads currently, so I think this spread is useless to me right now, actually. If that's true, then probably I'd rather have a key and continue up in this direction. Coupon book. That's new. Save a coin on each purchase you make in the estate. Okay, that's cool. Just a global modifier there. So I'm still probably eventually going to come back to the entrance hall. Bedroom. Spare bedroom. Let's just do a spare bedroom, right? Get myself further up while preserving my steps. What's this? Lucky Rabbit's Foot, greater chance of finding items. Okay. A classroom would bring me back in. A pantry, a den would let me go straight. I'm kind of leaning towards den. Get some more gems. I mean, I know I got the thing that spawns more classrooms, but this gets me more resources, gets me more access to some additional paths. I haven't forgotten about the chess pieces. I'm just not sure. I feel like I'm not going to write stuff down about the chess pieces right now. This kind of looks like a lock, doesn't it? One, because I have a headache. And two, because I know I've seen pawns in a bunch of different rooms. And so I feel like I want to see some of the other chess pieces just to get a better idea of the kind of thing I'm even looking for before I worry too much about documenting that. Is this always knocked down? I was going to say, I'm definitely going to start running into locks here. Here's an office. Here's an East Wing Hall. I mean, I'd rather do an East Wing Hall. I do have the compass, so it's going to keep building me north-facing rooms. And they're going to be more and more likely to be locked. Corridors are always left unlocked. This could be good just to get up to rank 9 immediately. I'm gonna do it. I don't know that getting up to rank 9 by itself is all that important. Really? Oh, right. There's a hallway. It's not locked. Maid's chamber is less likely to find items. That's a red. That's bad. Here, it might make sense to do a parlor. A parlor gets me access to some gems. Let's do a classroom. I haven't built a classroom before. Cool. Classroom puzzle. Can you find the difference? I mean, they're completely different pictures. Whatever the opposite of that office meme. Benny. B+. Color worksheet. Fill in each object below with its correct color. Ooh. I was going to say, when I see those six things there, I'm thinking of those VAC lights, but I couldn't make orange. Favorite color is red. Each color is only used once. 10 out of 12. Is that a problem that they're only used once? So now I see colors being associated with a lot of these objects. The drawing specifically, I recognize some of these symbols, right? In fact, I should go ahead and write this down too. Hard to know what's relevant, but I can't imagine it's an accident that I now have colors associated with these things. So the little mountain is blue. The sort of heart-looking symbol is orange. By the way, random thing, I don't want to put words in the dev's mouth, but it's interesting that they actually name the colors, like in words, name the colors. I wonder if that's in a concession for accessibility, like for colorblindness. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Excuse me. They mentioned that their favorite color is red. I don't know if that matters. See, no, but this is different. So now I feel like I want to just erase these colors I just wrote down, because these are the same symbols, but now just with a bunch of different colors on them. I guess maybe, as with some other puzzles, it might make more sense to just sort of ignore this for now, because I'm not sure how to interpret it. Again, I obviously see these symbols being relevant, but if these had been three different colors, like the three remaining symbols, that would have been very valuable. Yep, and here they are again with different colors. Here they are again with different colors. Unless I meant to interpret like the names are part of it, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the names. RJ, Freddy. No, never mind. I was going to say, like, are these names actually, like, associated with those symbols that I only got the, like, first one or two letters of? But no. No, not quite. Some of them are kind of close, but the answer is no. Okay, more colors, more stuff. Colors, blue, green, yellow, violet, red, orange. Color worksheet. I'll eat the apple. Get some steps back. Anything else in here? The fact that it says grade 1, I wonder if, like, I build more classrooms, I get sort of advance the classroom forward, you know what I mean? And maybe I get a little more information than just these simple, like, first grade coloring exercises. Okay, well, here I am all the way at freaking rank 9. Let's open this. I also think you're supposed to figure out what color the flags are, but from this classroom, I don't get anything from that, because the same symbol shows up in multiple different colors. And if I meant to interpret all of the clues together to try to suss out the answer, then I don't know how I would reasonably combine everything together. So I have a bunch of different redraws. I feel like it would be awesome if I could build like a greenhouse here, but I also don't know if I can build a greenhouse on the inside here. I might have to build it on the east wing. I could build a bedroom just to head back down, right? Preserve my steps. But I can also get down here quite easily, so... You know, I'm going to do it. Give myself a little easy pathway between different areas. See if I can't maybe find some nice items in here while I'm at it. Okay, there's my last key for the time being. I can always do a big, long backtrack if I need to. So that brings me over that way. The commissary, I have no money. The locksmith. Keys for sale, but I don't have any money. So I think pantry is the way to go. Not common to build like a common pantry this far up. Yeah, and these end up being very likely to be locked. Okay, that worked. Finally, I can build a laboratory. And that actually does head into the antechamber too. Or, you know, potentially. I need to build this because I need to see what's in the laboratory. Finally. Oh, Jesus. I should not have found this room right now when I have a headache. Thankfully, a lot of this just looks essentially like, you know, nerd shit. Okay. I typically work over at Cinco Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical? And if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. So I wonder if... Oh, Thompson, by the way. Kay Thompson was the same person who sent something to me in the mailroom, I think. One thing I am coming to appreciate, one of many things I'm coming to appreciate about this game is how it isn't just as simple as, like, I don't know, think of Slay the Spire, where you're kind of just working through rooms and the rooms you find are not totally random, right? Like, there is a logic to it, but commonly... basically, a lot of the rooms you'll find are basically random, and in this, there's a lot more deliberation in... God, I'm expressing this terribly. I'm sorry. Genuinely, this headache is just making it difficult to speak. I feel like you have more control over RNG in this game than in some other kind of similar map-based RNG games I've played, because of how certain rooms are tied to different, like the west or the east wing, or what have you. So it might be that I can find ways to spawn the laboratory more consistently too. This machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Okay, so I finally found the answer, and by the way, I'm going to write down that the laboratory needs this. Laboratory. So this is now my answer. If I could build a boiler room and a laboratory. So that would also be useful if I had a better idea of how to spawn it. So right now this is going to... I mean, I can do these, but it's not going to do anything yet because it doesn't have power. So I'll just put that on the back burner for later. There's a periodic table. I mean, obviously a fake periodic table, but presumably... Are there 12 switches here? There's 10 switches. So... I seriously doubt this is going to require real-world knowledge of the periodic table. Instead, it'll probably be based on columns and stuff. I'm going to ignore this for now. Like, I'm not going to draw this whole grid or anything. So I'll just kind of remember that that's there. And by the way, this is a blue note, so this is true. Okay. Obviously, there's the main desk here. This is a lie. Effective immediately, electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. So that's a lie, because actually you have to do it from the office. Can I look in the microscope? I kind of thought I'd be able to take the microscope as an item. I'm not sure what it would do in this context. Like something boiling in there. Okay. Oh, I see. So... Never mind. So you can make the comparison by just cross-referencing. But see, I think just based on what I've seen so far, it's a reasonable assumption that I'm going to have to take these numbers and correspond it with this. And for this thing, I'm probably just going to take a screenshot. I don't like doing that in games. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I would never say that someone who takes screenshots versus writing stuff down manually is in any way, like, cheapening the experience. That's nonsense. But just, I don't know, for my purposes, I like to write it down. It helps me remember it and stuff. I'm not going to fucking draw this many boxes just to avoid having to walk 10 steps and look at it from over here. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll keep that in mind for later. Cool. Magnifying glass. Excellent. Heating and cooling curves, H2O melting points, etc. Room temperature, complete thaw. What does this say? Cooler is unaffected. Okay. Test 205 at atmospheric pressure, etc. M. Mount Holly freezer, lab technician Randolph M. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of this exactly. Maybe there's a puzzle that involves me manipulating temperature. Okay, and now finally I can go to the actual terminal. Experiment setup. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. What the hell? Choose a... Oh, this is cool. Choose a cause from column A and an effect from column B. Interesting. Okay, each time you eat an apple, whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 more gems drafting a room, a letter will be delivered, spread dirt on the driveway, lose 10 steps and gain 20... Oh, Jesus, that's brutal. So of these, I'm thinking, I don't anticipate drafting many shops or eating many apples. I think this is more likely. But I also don't have very many gems, so maybe I should just do a shop room and a letter will be delivered, because that potentially gets me some lore. After approval, this experimental feature will remain active for the rest of the day. Yes. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. No experiments found. Research logs will be available the day after an experiment has been performed. I guess that's just a log of what you've done in the past. Pause experiment, log into network. I'm going to log into network to see if there's anything new here. I don't anticipate anything being new from the lab specifically. But, you know, might as well check, right? I will regret if I go through this room and don't check that. Any email here? No. Any staff services? I can place a special order, I guess. Give me a sledgehammer. Yes. I don't think I'm going to find anything new in admin here. Yeah, let's log out. Okay, so, I mean, this didn't, unsurprisingly, this didn't magically get me into the antechamber. If I can pipe some power here, then I can try to figure out what the hell this is about, which I really don't have the brain juice to try to figure that out right now. For the time being, I guess I just backtrack. It's kind of a long backtrack. But I think that's the play. Backtrack and maybe even go back towards the start. Oh, I missed that. Okay. Thanks for the die. I'll kind of remember that the classrooms have information about the flags, but I really don't know what to make of that right now. Okay, I can't lockpick it. Okay, can't lockpick that. I mean, it might not be the worst idea to go back to the start. That said, I do have the mailroom, so if I went ahead and intentionally built some shops, that could be a good idea. That will cut me off. That kills me. Let's do the billiard room. Get something open. Alternately, I'm just going to redraw it. I don't love any of these. The conference room is not that useful to me right now. Like, maybe I find something new in there, but that just gets me further up, and that's not really what I'm looking to do. I think it would make more sense to just get some resources out of the storeroom and then double back again, since I was considering doing that anyway. Do I have the shovel? No. I do have the magnifying glass, and also everything I buy will be cheaper. Yeah, see, by the way, here's another pawn. Am I meant to interpret this as the night? I don't think so. Okay, so here I can head... I guess I just head all the way back. Like, I have a key, so I could go back up, but I'd rather head back to the start and clean it up there. Here's the drafting studio with the book I haven't read yet. The next time I find a Fallout shelter, I'll be able to do some good work. Dining room, this will actually have something for me. But also I'm kind of curious to... No, see, I don't want to do a classroom. It'll cut me off. Let's do a dining room. Dinner is served. I've never even seen a showroom, so I'm going to ignore that. A delightfully extensive steak cut, bone-in, and extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. Have dinner. Give me those 20 steps. I kind of like the system where this gets you like an extra spattering of steps once you've spent a while getting further in. Okay. This cuts me off. I kind of wanted to build it anyway, because then a letter would be delivered to the mailroom, but I don't know that I want to cut myself off like that. So I'm not going to. So what's here in the boudoir? Anything useful? I think I've been here like once before. I don't see anything notable about the ballerina here. Oh, hello. I don't think I knew this was here. I have no idea what the code would be, so I'm not going to bother trying. But yeah, I didn't know that there was a... Oh, that's the clue. There's like a Christmas drawing that I think maybe hints at that. Maybe it doesn't. Could I look at this again? Surely something in here will tell me the code, right? Something in the mirror? I actually thought that might have something. Okay, well, that's fine. Moving right along. I don't really have a strong game plan right now as to where I'm going. I have a key card, so the utility closet is not of massive value to me right now. The parlor is kind of good because it gets me over to the west side a little more, and it'll get me some gems. Coin purse, cool. Okay. Let's see. The black box is black. That's true. So this is true, meaning at least one of these is false. The black box is true. Let's see. The black box is empty. Let me read that again. The black box is black. This is true, which means that one of these, at least one of these, is false. Okay. So, if the black box is true, then saying the black box is empty, this would have to be false, meaning that it would have something in it. No, but that doesn't make sense. Wait, no, it would make sense. Let me say that again. The black box is black is true, means that one of these two is false. If this is true... Wait, no, that's a contradiction. If this is true, then this would have to be false, so that's a contradiction, meaning this cannot be true, meaning this must be false. Meaning, if this is a lie, then it means that the black box is also lying, so the black box is not empty, so it has something in it. Yes. I like those. Tickles the brain. Code check would be good, but I don't know how likely it is that I get to the garage today. Right, because if that fails, I do have the compass, which means it's more likely I get north-facing room, so I might actually be able to get there. I think I might risk it. Let's risk it. Let's risk the car keys. I want to retrieve my car keys. Thank you. So now my objective... Yeah, this is a real gamble. I'm really living life on the edge here. I need to go north. I need a room that brings me to the north, which the courtyard does. Excellent. And that's right, I get gems out of it too. I'm rich. What do you mean? I don't know a lot about VTuber culture. Does that have something to do with puzzles or something? So I want to work my way over to the left. So definitely the billiard room is the way to go. Gets me access to some more keys too. Oh, hello. 10. Oh, we have 10 minus 2 minus 4 minus 1 is 3. We have 12 minus 6 is 6 times 2 is 12. Oh goodness, this is way too much math for me. That's 26 minus 6 is 20 times, I guess it's 20 times 120 times 5 is 100 divided by 20 is 5. Interesting. Oh, hello. That's important. I'm kind of just like waiting for this run to end so I can stop streaming and go get some food, but I keep like making progress. So at this point, I need to get to... I don't have a breaker, so if I do a dark room, I won't be able to see... I want to say that the garage goes here. I think it's one up from this. I think I have enough steps. It probably makes sense to just do the gym and just eat the extra steps. Hell yeah, running shoes. Too bad I already did some of my outer stuff. So let's do this. Okay, here we go. Garage. This is what I've been trying to do. Let me quickly just clear the room while I'm here. Oh, here we go. Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month that you and the car have been gone. Services required. And this is actually true because red notes, red memos are false unless they're handwritten. I'm just... There we go. Getting some keys in here before I start. Oh, shit. I need to get power to the garage, don't I? I maybe don't drive the car. Maybe you just read something. This is blue, I think. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload it and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. The cat? Oh, the black cat! Tied to the thing. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. So, what's in the trunk? The cat is in the trunk? There's no cat in the trunk. Just an upgrade disc. You'll never know when the cat will want to get some air. Okay, well... There's a cat involved somehow in this weird game. That's kind of intriguing. What's the significance of this note? Huh. Weird. I think most Twitch chats like to troll most streamers. I think that's just commonly true. But maybe it is more true of VTubers. I don't know. Okay, so I thought I was going to be able to like drive this and open the gate or something, but no. Okay, so that means that... You know what? I'm kind of glad to have that little saga behind me, honestly. Do I have access to a terminal right now? Yes, through the laboratory. Do I have access to any others right now? Maybe not. I think I have enough steps where I can still progress to a while, because what concerns me is that I have to take a hell of a trek all the way back around here, so it probably makes more sense to just carry on and see if I can build like a security terminal or something. So these will cut me off. That seems like a bad idea. Even though I do want the extra steps. If I got the extra steps, I actually have some keys so I can progress this way, so maybe that's not the worst thing in the world, since I want to head back in that direction anyway to put the floppy disk in. I am just going to actually get 10 steps. And then turn around. Especially because, I mean, my progression here would have been a dark room anyway, which is less than ideal. So now I have to, unfortunately, eat some of those as I move around. But now I can start heading back. We head all the way through. Yeah, all the way through here. I already ate my nice tasty meal. And now I veer left. Still wondering when I'm going to get that basement key. Oh, also... Oh no, this is the first time I built the library still. That felt like eons ago. But it was in fact probably only like 20 minutes ago. Nothing for me up there right now. I go this way, so I have plenty of steps. I mean, I always want more, but I can build more of these. I think as long as I have enough to get to the laboratory with my floppy disk, I'll be fine. And I have a lot of keys now. The foundation does not reset each day. What the fuck is this now? Does the breaker box get me anything of strong value here? Not really. I could build a commissary. I have a little bit of money. No. I gotta build this. I'm very curious about the foundation. I could have built the shop to see the letter, but I'm just very curious about this. I really picked the wrong day to not have a shovel. Oh, hello. Can I walk off to my death? No. Lame. I was wondering if I could, like, pull this down or something. No physics on this thing. I don't see, like, power columns in this room or something. I see the lever there, but I would... You know what it might be? I wonder if it's that I eventually get down another way and then this is like a shortcut back up, because it says that this doesn't reset each day. And if this doesn't reset each day, I wonder if this is the only place I could actually put this. So maybe this ends up being like a... You know what this might be? This might be a shortcut up to rank 6. That would be pretty sick if I could find the other end of this and take the elevator back up, and if it doesn't reset. That would be intriguing. Here we go. Security is a terminal. The passageway would be kind of useful because I could get back over here, but also there's no use to me going over there. The only reason I would head back in this direction would be to get to the terminal in the lab. So it makes more sense to do security here. Okay, let's put the floppy disk in. This will be my 3rd upgrade. Excellent. The Nook. What do I get for the Nook? So I can get 2 keys rather than 1 key. I can get bacon and eggs, which I don't know how many steps that'll give me, but something. You will always draw a library while drafting in this room. Which one of these do I want the most? Do I just want straight up more keys? I feel like just straight up more keys might be better. Like, having steps is good, but I haven't really been... Well, I was about to say I haven't really been limited by steps. I don't know if that actually holds up to scrutiny. I feel like it's kind of been a mixed bag of what I'm limited by, which is probably indicative of good design. I'm not too excited about the library. I don't know if I should be. Maybe I'll live to regret that decision. I think I'd rather just have straight up more keys. Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of do a very plain upgrade, very vanilla upgrade. Okay, so with that, we carry on. Nursery's a dead end. Archive, unfortunately, has a downside, but it keeps me going, so naturally I want to do this, especially because I would really love to build a greenhouse, because I have this broken lever. Combination room would be interesting as well. Even more keys that I don't really need. Already read all of that. Let's head back down this way. Boiler room is a power source. Oh my god. I think... Wait, did I write down? The archives is a power room. If I build a boiler room here, I can direct power directly to the lab from here. I think that's true. It might be that they have to connect via doorways, though. They might not connect everywhere. Because I have so many items, I also really want to build a workshop to try to combine them. But I mean, how frequently am I going to have a boiler room that's potentially connected this closely to the lab? It really just depends, because I seem to recall for some other ones that most of these rooms tend to have power sources only connected to their doors. I think I want to go workshop, actually. Because, yeah, I think that the power connections only exist where the doors are. So because of that, I'm going to do a workshop instead. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Hello, shovel. Is this the same page? This is, but this is a different letter. This is now T. Before it was C. I guess I'll jot down what those chiseled letters are. Let's see. Chiseled letters. C and T. Hi, Lucy. How are you? Welcome to the stream of the man with a headache who's really annoyed and playing a puzzle game, even though this puzzle game's fantastic. Okay, what can I combine here? This game's dope. Have you heard of this game? Blueprints. Thanks. Okay, I have so many items. Surely I can connect some of these. Before I was able to potentially combine the broken lever and the shovel and what? And nothing. Okay, so that's a bad bet. Does the lockpick combine with anything? And the metal detector? Pick sound amplifier? Actually, you know what? I had another idea, which was to do this again. Build the burning glass thing, and then see if I can't light those torches downstairs. Can I even make it out with the number of steps I have, though? Probably. Before I build that, what can I combine? I guess I just try all the options. What can I combine with running shoes? What can I combine? I don't know, does the coupon book combine with anything? Probably not. The broken lever combines with something, but I need something else to combine it with. The coin purse doesn't... And the rabbit's foot? I mean, okay, I'll make that. I'd say it's pretty different to the Witness. I mean, the Witness being just pure puzzles, then the larger meta element of the environmental puzzles. This game is pretty unique. It combines a lot of what I think could pretty accurately be described as roguelike elements. But to call this a roguelike game, I mean, it's still accurate. But where most roguelike games don't really have much in the way of a story or... I'm kind of expressing this poorly. If you take something like an Outer Wilds or an Obra Dinn, right? It's like a fixed world with fixed puzzles that you slowly work your way through and explore and figure everything out. This game is that, but wrapped within a roguelike container. So even though there is a lot of RNG and roguelike elements as you're working your way through, I have a lot of concrete goals in a way that hasn't been true of most roguelikes I've played. It's pretty intriguing, actually. And as you might see if you kind of scan through the names of all of these are not just, random rooms like you might find in Binding of Isaac that have XYZ enemies and items and stuff. Different rooms have different characteristics and different interactions, and a lot of them have more specific puzzles within those rooms. So it's a really interesting combination. Okay, so let's take this, by the way. What does this do? The lucky purse doubles all the money you find. That's super good. And now, I wanted to... What can I combine the compass with? Compass and shovel? Dowsing rod? Okay. It is complex. I'm probably approaching 9 hours into this. I don't know how long it is, of course. Teehee. Dowsing rod. While drafting, dowsing rod points towards rooms that may contain... Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Now this game's dope. Very, very engrossing. What was I going to combine with the running shoes? Nothing. The metal detector I was going to combine with the lockpick kit to make the pick sound amplifier. On the one hand, I want to do that just to see what it is. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good descriptor. Metal detector plus lockpick, the sound pick amplifier. I'm not really struggling for keys and stuff. I'm going to do this because I really want to see whether I can light those other torches. The other thing is that this game has a lot of really nice quality of life features, which makes like the traversal and stuff. I haven't really felt bogged down by it at all. Like there is a lot of complexity to it, but I guess now that I have a decent handle on the complexity, I can focus more of my brain power towards actually solving the puzzles. I should have plenty of steps to get back if I want to. Let's see what I can do with the key card here. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. It's pointing towards both. So the dark room, I guess I'm locked in here no matter what I do, so I might as well just see what this is. How have you been though, Lucy? Is there usually treasure here in the bathroom? Or whatever. Okay, so with that, I can head north again. And open up this door. I have 27 steps left. That should be plenty if I want to get out. And I have the running shoes now as well, so I won't have to expend extra steps when I'm outside. At least I think that's how it works. Okay, we'll use this. I'm sorry to hear that. That's no fun. Glad you figured it out, though. If I pick this, I get more steps, but I'm brick wall. That's a bad idea. This is a gamble. I think the drawing room is definitely the play. Gives me access to a lot more. I still do want to make it... Okay, let me actually do some math here. So, as I'm just stepping through 1, 2, 3. The spare bedroom won't count, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll cost like 9, maybe 10 steps to get outside. Plus 2 more every time I go in another direction. Guess I'm glad I prefer Xbox controllers anyway then. I want to get to the west wing. Here's another pawn, by the way. I want to get to the west wing to see if I can't find a greenhouse. Maybe put that lever in place. I don't know if the greenhouse can spawn on the west wing. So let's see. The kitchen does count as a vendor, and that would get me access to the letter in the mailroom, which would also be 2 additional steps to get there. Damn. I mean, you use your controllers in a rather hardcore way. So I guess I could see that affecting you over time in a way it might not affect a more casual, non-speedrunner kind of person. I don't want the archived one. Food for sale could be useful just to get some steps back. Also, I'm curious if I go to another classroom whether it'll be grade 2. And this puts me in the right direction. I am going to risk a reroll because I want to see if I can get a green room. I didn't, and everything's worse, and this sucks. I should not have rerolled. I've made a huge mistake. Okay, archived. Okay, that worked out, though. Oh, and an apple. Hello. Thanks for the apple, bro. That's fascinating. I wonder if anyone's, like, studied that more extensively. I don't know, something about how your thumbs are resting. Because I would think it would just be down to kind of straight up preference, but maybe not. Maybe there is some actual science behind it. While drafting, you may spend gems to redraw floor plans up to 8 times, but I don't think that's very useful here, nor is the bedroom, so we're going to gamble. Gamble on the archive. I was right, it does do grade 2. I wonder if this is permanent. Maybe it's like every single one of these I draw. Okay. So I guess in grade 2 they're learning mathematics. I feel like this game has like this game has a progression system in a number of ways. It is interesting to me that the more I've played it, I keep making it further. Infinity. I keep making it further and further, and yes, I'll eat your apple, thank you. And kind of getting access to more and more stuff. That might just be because of meta progression. It might be because I'm getting better. But it's like, my thought was with this, what if someone found this and hadn't yet figured out how to solve the billiards puzzle? And I feel like that's unlikely. Although maybe not. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to miss that. I don't know. What does this say? Mathematics worksheet. Worksheet directions. Find each sum without using signs. So I know what these are. I don't know what these answers get me, though. What about these? Maybe this is all just an elaborate billiards puzzle hint. I am just using an Xbox One controller, not an Elite controller, just a basic Xbox One controller that I've had for a long time. Prior to that, I used Xbox 360, so, you know, very similar, of course. Just a wireless one I bought probably like 7 years ago now or something. It's lasting quite a while. Oh, here we go. Attention, Miss Hannah Peterson. So this is the teacher. Hannah, after a few false leads, I managed to track down one of the old textbooks from your list. The original compendium was in archival storage on a restricted floor of the campus library, to which I fortunately still have access. However, I'm devastated to report that the pages 36 and 37 pertaining to your query had been removed. It's such a shame that the progress of higher academia is constantly thwarted by the political whims of the CBE. So it's like a political group of some kind? If you wish, I can transcribe the surviving pages and send them to you, but I don't believe there is any mention of cores of any kind in their text. Cores? What kind of cores? Are we playing Jak and Daxter? I'm just thinking about this. I'm struggling to think of an interpretation of these math puzzles which is not just a much more elaborate dartboard puzzle. Because if you've never seen it before, you would see, okay, here's the colors that correspond to the different operations, and you would see how many of them are correct. I think I'm going to ignore this because, yeah, I think this is just an elaborate hint. And right now I don't really know how to solve that. I mean, you could pick up a controller. New controllers aren't, you know, they're not that cheap, but I guess they tend to last a while. It would depend how hard you use them. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that my controllers last as long as they do. I feel like I tend to jam the sticks around. Mage Chambers. Man, it keeps trying to lock me out of this. I don't really care about finding items. I guess I can just do a bunch of redraws, right? Here we go. Rotate floor plans. I've never been in a showroom. Luxury items for sale. I mean, this is a dead end, but also I'm kind of approaching the end of this run anyway, and I'm going to want to work my way back out to the entrance, so maybe I don't care about dead ending myself if it means that I can see the showroom. In fact, that is exactly what it means. A letter has been delivered to the mail room. So there's the Amulet of Glory from RuneScape. Hello. Who has this kind of cash? What am I, made out of money? Oh my god. The whole mansion isn't worth 60 coins. Emerald Bracelet, you do not have to pay the gem cost of floor plans. I mean, these are pretty sick rewards, though. Master Key opens all normal doors. Interesting, specifies that. But also interesting that... No, never mind. There's nothing else interesting about it. Chronograph. 24-karat chronograph. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. You're more likely to draw those kinds of rooms tomorrow while drafting. Ornate compass. While drafting, you may rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. Okay, so I don't nearly have enough money for any of that. Can I just steal it? Where's the break glass button? You can do it in Last of Us 2. Why can't you do it in this game? I mean, the thing that I was thinking that's interesting about that key is that it appears to have a symbol that may match that basement key. I'd have to go look at it again. You know, and so that might be what it is you just need the 80 coin master key to get in there. In fact, that's probably what it is. Actually, now that I'd have to go look at the basement door again. Well, I mean, I don't have the money anyway, but that would kind of make sense, actually. It would be very difficult to save up that much money, but I mean, also, I mean, obviously it's possible, that's not a question, but it would be a lot more viable if I did a run specifically targeted at making money, which is something I haven't done yet. Anyway, time to backtrack. I have still enough steps to get back to spawn, that's good. Well, I guess let's just... I don't even really know what I'm aiming for anymore besides trying to light those torches. The ladyship's chamber. The next time you enter boudoir, gain 10. The next time you enter a walk-in closet, gain 3. I mean, I just want to see what this is. I want to go into the ladyship's chamber. If you know what I mean. And what I mean is that I want to walk into this room and play the harp. Low key. Interesting. So here's the queen symbol. And another upgrade disc. Excellent. And I think I'll end up passing back through security, so that's cool. I wonder how many of those there are. Probably a bunch. Uh-huh. Okay. So this is a symbol that I don't know the significance of the symbol, really. I mean, I know it's associated with, well, I don't really know what it's associated with. It does, yeah, there's like a cool edge detection effect. That they have all over the place. With a lot of like, what would you call this? Kind of like brushed, like brush stroke kind of textures. All the lighting's like pre-baked and everything. So what do I know? So here I am in the ladyship's chambers. And this is... I don't recall where I've seen all the chess pieces throughout the whole playthrough, but I mean... Here is a queen in the ladyship's chambers. Is that a queen or a king? I assume it's a queen because we're in the ladyship's chambers, right? Okay, I can't turn this over or anything. Nice! That's awesome. Like edge detection, you mean? Yeah, edge detection is a very powerful technique. You can do a lot with it. I spent a while, I don't know, maybe a year ago or something, experimenting with lighting effects. Kind of vaguely based on the idea. Like imagine an edge detection, but you edge detect inward, kind of like an inset effect. It had kind of mixed results. What's this? The ladyship's diary is locked. We'll use the key. And is that the same, like, hourglass symbol? Yeah. Kind of reminds me of, like, the White Lady in Hollow Knight. You know, all this mystique around the queen. And there's a... Now, this is interesting because one of those symbols I found downstairs referred to Stormy. But this also might be random because so far a lot of the drawings have just been random throughout the house. Hello, what's this? Does it never end? Well, this thing does. It's just a line. Problem solved. Did it give me an option to lockpick it? No, I can't use the lockpicking set. So there's plenty of information in this room. I can't play the harp right now. But harp is such a cool instrument. This is definitely, I'm saying this more for Lucy's benefit. Ryan, I know that you know this. This is definitely the kind of game where you want a pencil and paper and write some stuff down. But the problem is that, number one, I'm feeling lazy and I have a headache and I don't know what to write down. And also just that, I guess I could just write down that the queen is associated with the ladyship, but that's also pretty easy to remember. And I don't know if that means that it's here specifically, or... Do I have a boudoir, by the way? I thought I built one before. I did, so that'll be good. I can just walk through that on the way back and get 10 steps. So this is, add this to the growing list of tasks. To open this thing, there's this hourglass symbol, which is one of those symbols associated with, I guess, the queen? But it's on a locket with Herbert in there? I have been watching The Last of Us 2 on PC, and then recently started watching another first playthrough. A streamer I follow is doing like a grounded difficulty, which is the highest difficulty permadeath playthrough. I did play Last of Us 2 on release, but I have not picked up the PC version. Okay, so let me go here and then start working my way back. I don't know that I'm going to do a lot else on this run. Yeah, grounded looks brutal. It's super cool, though. I'm a pretty firm believer in the idea that you take any game with a combat system, if you want to know how that system really holds up and like broadly how well it's designed, you crank up the difficulty, crank up the numbers to like one hit kill or something close to that. And if it still is fun, then you've made a pretty good system. I don't think the breaker box is of any utility to me, nor is that, so let's just, if I can redraw it. The Great Hall, I have some keys. Let's do this. I want to see level 3 of the classroom. Grade 3. Here we are. We've made it. After 9 hours of play, I've made it to 3rd grade. Science is fun. Science is pretty fun. TBH. Science worksheet. Directions. Use the elements below to form the answers to each question. There's a lot of complex interconnecting clues here, and it's not just that I don't know that I have the brain power to put it together right now. It's that there's so much information and it spans such a long kind of spatial distance in this game. Oh, disrespectful seeing me after class. H2O in gaseous state is called Mrs. Peterson. Fucking got him. Give this kid an award. I will say watching The Last of Us 2 has made me appreciate that game a lot more. I mean, I really was a huge fan of it already. Screw all the stupid discourse surrounding that game is idiotic. I think it has an exceptional story, and I think it has better gameplay than the first one too. Gas, ice, water. Use the elements to form the answers to each question. I'm kind of glancing at these names. I don't think the names on the worksheets are important. Of course, I don't know. I might be wrong, but I kind of doubt it. The thing that I keep kind of thinking is, from a design perspective, like, how many layers of indirection can you reasonably expect the player to work through? Because, like, I have this thing, and then I have the laboratory, which has numbers associated with them. And then there's elements associated with numbers, and there's colors and symbols, and, you know, at some point it just becomes a little much. Here's the worksheet. I can't open these drawers. I wonder how far this goes. I'm assuming that this probably persists through runs. I don't think you'd probably restart at grade 1. Although maybe you do, because if you didn't, then you could lock yourself out of information. So maybe it is that you have to, you know, spawn the classroom outside and then just spawn a ton of classrooms as you go. I'm not seeing anything else in here right now, so I think I'm just gonna kind of start working my way back. Yeah, and also the story is amazing. And the acting is amazing. Again, if you kind of spend time on Reddit or similar spaces, you'll see a lot of pretty brain dead takes, in my opinion. Brain dead in the sense that they are often just wrong, like factually, or I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a fanboy, but I don't think I am. I think it's a well-told story, and I think there's a lot of complexity to the characters. It's good stuff. Parlor has been fine. Okay, I use parlors a lot. That's a good upgrade. So normally I would get 2. Now you get 3. 2 wind-up keys. That's pointless. I almost always get them. I've only missed 1. And I'm never going to miss them again because I've never made the same mistake twice in my life. Funeral parlor. It's red. The prize is equal to the red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box, lose 30. This seems really bad because I usually get the parlor early, and it isn't worth the meager extra cost for all the red rooms. All the red rooms have a negative effect. I think it just makes sense to do this. Just straight up get more money. I mean, you say that, but also the text in the classroom did describe, using the classroom as, or I'm sorry, using the mansion as a classroom. So I want to start working my way back towards spawn. I don't see any way in here to get that elevator down, so I think that that's out. Just as a sanity check here. This kind of looks like something I could unlock, but I don't see any interaction there. I don't think there's anything for me up there. Let's just head back. I have some number of steps. What items do I have? Nothing that is all that amazing right now. Oh, there's a letter in the mailroom for me that I can go get. No, I didn't. Nothing against Black Myth Wukong. Just, no, I have not gotten around to it. You know what? It might make sense to do. If I'm not going to buy stuff, I could, like, walk back and forth and put a bunch of... Oh, by the way, Bishop. I guess that makes sense, right? Bishop in the church. So I think for now I'm not going to write it down. I'm just going to kind of broadly think about those associations. That the queen is in the ladyship's chambers, the bishop is in the church, pawns are all over the place. I want to work my way to the mailroom. Oh my gosh, this is how you get 80. That's going to be how you get 80, is that you eventually break the piggy bank. And then you can buy the master key, of course. It was so obvious. How could I have been so blind? A letter is delivered to the mailroom. Oh, it's actually addressed to me. Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I am the lead lab technician at Cinca, and I have worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. Well, not anymore, apparently. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. All offsite connections to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. There has been much speculation among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported that you had been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are rooting for you. That's fascinating. I didn't know that the staff were still out there watching me and were, like, aware of... I guess I knew that they were aware of the plan to an extent, but I kind of thought it was maybe just like a, the eccentric old baron of the manor tells all the staff to get out. But no, they're in on it and are actually observing it. That's fascinating. Best of luck in the experiments if you like, and I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Cool. Yeah, well, I've said this about a lot of games. One awesome thing about any new game that's, actually good coming out. Also, can I read this now? I have the magnifying glass. Do I not have a magnifying? I don't have a magnifying glass. I did, and I fucking got... Damn it. I didn't read this. I had a magnifying glass. I threw it away. One awesome thing about new games coming out is that I get to look forward to watching lots of different playthroughs. Like, I know of at least 2 streamers I follow. Getting kind of dark. Oh, hi, it's nighttime. I know of at least 2 streamers I follow who have played this. Probably more will as well. So I want to go down here and check the door again. See if it does indeed match that. It's not the same exactly. So the master key may or may not work. Well, okay, whatever. I'll just remember that for later. Speaking of Souls-likes, what about Kazan. What's that? One very angry man. Some new Souls like they came out recently. I've been hearing good things about. That seems like a good one. I actually have been playing through a lot of single player games lately, like more so than I have recently. This actually works. I'm pretty proud of myself for figuring that out. I'm pretty proud of myself for that. What is this now? You found a secret floor plan. Would you like to permanently add it? Yes, I would. Thank you very much. So that's really cool. It's kind of like there's these kind of subterranean ones that are kind of secret. Foreman's log, okay. The complete manifest for all of the excavation equipment has been rigorously checked and delivered to the upper branch. After tomorrow, the site will be sealed, and all remaining hardware will be packed up and transported to the original access tunnel for long-term storage. It's unclear if they will also seal that tunnel after our crew has left, but I suspect they may want to keep ready access to the gear, especially now that they have begun operations in the East Mine, okay? A month ago, I believed that the discovery of gemstones in that cavern was directly linked to the closure of this site, but now I'm not so sure. The Baron doesn't seem the type to value shiny baubles over history. Well, I don't know what that worker was babbling on about, but hey, I got a new upgrade. It looks fun. It seems to have some good bosses. Seems pretty atmospheric. I can't speak to any more details than that. I don't know. There's a lot of Souls-like out there. Most of them, maybe I could even say none of them have really captured the magic of Dark Souls. Maybe that's an unfair assessment. By the way, what can I do as I kind of think this through? I have 12 steps left. I have my nice burning glass thing. I have the lever, but I wasn't able to spawn a green room or anything. I think there's maybe 2 levers, like one on the west, one on the east. Maybe, I don't know if I only have to do one or both. I cannot build anything else. There are no more available doors. I don't think there's anything else for me to do outside here. I've already gotten that back room over there. I'm going to go check over here because I don't remember if there was some other puzzle in this room. Don't have a shovel. Still closed. Still closed. Can I, like, turn off the elevator and close it? I don't know why I'd want to, but... yeah, whatever, I'll turn it back on. Get that nice symmetry going. Nice. Path of Exile for me is a game that falls into a camp with a number of other titles that... it's not that I don't have, like, interest or the capability of getting into it. It's just like I already... it's kind of like I think about, like, how many MMOs can the market support? Like, I already am tackling single-player games, and I play old-school RuneScape. You know, so it's like, to get into Path of Exile 2 would be a pretty massive undertaking at this point. I wonder how late this goes. I was told that I'm not supposed to stay over in the manor. So I wonder if that just provides, like, a soft cap on the time. I don't know that I want to wait it out, but if I were to wait this out until midnight, does that count as overnight? I don't think I care enough to find out right now. I don't think there's anything else to do right now on this run. I mean, there are certainly, you know, puzzles in there. There's one more thing I want to check. Number one, I'm going to enter the boudoir and get my steps. Yep, there's my +10 from the ladyships thing. I would like to work my way back to the laboratory. Which, how do I get there? I literally already... okay, so I just need to go this way. I want to see if my assessment was correct that the connecting ducts for the boiler room's power only connect to the doors. I don't know if I can even get up there in time. We'll see. So I need to just go right and then up a ways. And that's good because that brings me through the spare bedroom as well. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, now that I think about it, the classrooms probably do reset. Oh, what am I doing here? Here we go. Yeah, I was right. Okay, good thing I didn't build the boiler room. Because, yeah, I would have to connect it to the actual doors that are present. God, this is the kind of game that makes me really mad that I don't have any good ideas. Because this game is neato. I don't think any of this gobbledygook is relevant to me. Okay, well, I think that's it for this run. Let's save and quit. I'm having fun, but I gotta call it. I have a headache and I'm starving, and I've been streaming for 100 years. That's really good progress. So, I mean, I am making good progress on these days. I'm at the point where I really just... Getting into the antechamber would be awesome, and I think I know how to do it now. I just need all the cards to align. There's plenty of puzzles left regarding the chess pieces, regarding getting power to the laboratory. I can make more progress in the mailroom. There's some other puzzles I still need to do. I need to open the time-sensitive safe. There's a lot of different things to do. So now I want to save and quit because I don't want to start a new day yet. Game's dope. I'm excited to continue it. Cool. Thank you for watching. I'm sure I'll stream this game again in the near future. I don't know how long this game is going to take to beat. I mean, it's pretty fucking complicated. But anyway, thanks for chatting. Have a good night. Bye.